Where is it? Wait, where is it? I'm looking close. There we go. I had to lean off camera. I was looking at my other screen. Oh.
No,
Oh,
I'm muted.
no!
Damn, I was doing such a good intro. Oh, it was the
so
best.
good.
I'm just gonna throw it out there.
It
It's the
was
best
so
intro I've
good.
ever done.
Good.
Just assume that I did it, okay? Uh, I also have to slightly adjust my players here. I'm realizing a couple of people are slightly skewed. It's all good. Either way, let me start from the beginning. Welcome to Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, our Dungeons & Dragons weekly game here on our channel, Tabletop Down. My name is It's So Sublime. I will be your GM for this evening, and I hope that you guys all enjoy the game that you're about to watch. If it's your first time here and don't know anything about it, let me run through the basics with you. I like to do interactive things here on the channel, and I love to do that with our role-playing games as well. If you've seen our vampire game, in that game, you're very much so able to help the storyteller narrate the story. In this game, you guys can help the players with their side. So if you want to, head to our Ko-Fi shop, and you can buy the players advantages that they can stack up, save for later, pull them up, use them to give themselves advantage, or you can give them to the bad guys as well. So since this game is based heavily around the Blood War and Avernus, you can choose your side. Whom do you serve, good or evil? You can give them advantages, potions, scrolls. I'm trying to think of everything else, as well as call in even useful allies to their aid. So you can always help out the players or hinder the players, whichever you prefer. And if you are watching this later on the YouTube channel, keep in mind those things still are available to you. Just, they'll show up in probably the next episode, but I hope you catch us live next time, 8 p.m. every Friday here on Twitch. So let me go ahead and jump into where we were last week. If I can recall, you had all made your way to the Lit Lantern, as it is now being referred to.
Oh.
It was originally called the Low Lantern, but after an unfortunate series of fire and some more fire and a little bit more fire, you guys were able to set the place ablaze. So the Low Lantern was a small ship located in the harbor of Baldur's Gate that was converted into a tavern. It was, the bartender Lorelra mentioned as you made your way in, it's a pretty rough and rowdy tavern, so watch your back, and if you do start a fight, at least make sure to pay for the damages. I don't believe our party did that part. As they made their way out, the boat was on fire.
I threw a bag of 50 gold.
You did throw a bag of 50 gold at her. I'm sure she really appreciates that. But, we were discussing this out of game. Maybe she had insurance. She's probably doing better off now than she was. So I'm going to go under the assumption she had a really good insurance plan, because, she was kind of the criminal element anyway, right? She wasn't necessarily on the up and up. She knows how to work an insurance scheme, right? But they went there looking for Amric Vanthamper, the eldest and next in line to inherit the Vanthamper titles and claim here in Waterdeep, which Thalamra Vanthamper is one of, oh goodness, what is it called? The Dukes of the city. Since the High Duke, Eldar Ravengard, has been missing, she has been doing everything she can to vie for his position of power and to become the new High Duke of Baldur's Gate. And in doing so, she has hired cultists and tried to have them cause some schemes. She has done a number of things, including working with or doing something to Thavius Creek, we're not sure yet, the High Seer of Ultrel. and they went to question and possibly kidnap Amric Vanthaber to use him for leverage against the Lamra before going to visit her. There was some mingling, should we say, between Sariel, our clerk, our clerk. Yeah, she works at the Burger King. Our clerk at the Burger King and Amric Vanthaper. There may have been some drunken confusion there, a little bit of like hugging and maybe making out. I don't know. We'll just leave it at that. But eventually they did take Amric and convince him by clever use of a friend spell, I think it was, or a charm person spell to follow us. We'll get you to safety. As they fled the boat, setting it on fire behind them and leaving a bar brawl behind them. Most people seem to escape. You're pretty sure everybody got out. Maybe not that guy that was sleeping in the basement. But, you know, nobody really gonna mind him anyway. Anyhow, they retreated to their own ship that they had acquired previously in this campaign, an ex-pirate ship that they had earned through helping Tarina, and had met up with both Tarina and, sorry, I'm drawing a blank on her name. Who's our...
Rhea?
Rhea, yeah, thank you, Rhea Mantelmorn. They had reconnected with their patron and kind of informant, their high commander still, left from the, not Flaming Fist, God, I'm forgetting all the names. Hell Riders, thank you. But that's where we're going to pick up from. They had brought him back to their ship, questioned him as best as they could, find out that he didn't know much about what his mom does, as she kind of keeps a close-knit business, probably not trusting any of her numbskull children. Yep. But did get some information that both her mother and Thirstwell, his brother, are both residing in the villa, and that would be the next place for them to go to. So we'll pick up from there, but real quick, let's just run through and do some quick character intros. Sorry, I know taking a minute here, but I wanted to get a quick recap in. Alejandro, if you want to tell us who you are and what you're playing.
Yes, my name is Hunter Rose, and I'm playing the party's bard. And I am, well, I guess I'm kind of pretty happy that I have done one of the standard D&D tropes and destroyed a tavern.
Yeah, you definitely started a bar fight and destroyed a tavern. It has been done. Alejandro can just check that off the list. All right, well, Maxwell, I am looking forward to it as well. If you want to tell us who you are and what you're playing.
All right, I'm Maxwell. I'm our party's artificer, tinkerer, and equipment maintainer, and I'm hoping we won't have to set anything else on fire if they would just stop resisting.
And he also touches things you shouldn't be touching.
Yeah.
Yeah, touchy fingers.
That face, I'm telling you.
Oh, did we lose?
No, I definitely can't hear Sublime.
I just lost Sublime.
Sublime.
We lost Sublime, but Sublime does it. Oh, wow.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, his mic. Oh, no.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
terribly.
It's Modern Warfare. It's like the Modern Warfare mic.
Give me a sec.
Oh, wait. There we go. Okay.
Oh, there we go. That's perfect.
Yeah, I just had to unplug mine and replug in. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Maybe. Oh, I know exactly what I pulled on the cord. I got it. Too many wires and cords around here, guys. The underside of my desk looks like a spider web. I swear. What I was saying was Numo. If you wanted to go ahead and explain your character.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I am Numerousness playing Numo, the contortionist clown / rogue of the group. I think if I remember correctly, I have exposed myself more than twice. At least twice.
At least.
I gotta keep count of that.
You heard it, ladies. He's nude. Campaign. He's bendy. He's ready. He's a clown.
He's a clown.
Comes with his own makeup bag. All right. Sariel, if you want to tell us a little bit about your character. Less nude, but more promiscuous, I think.
I'm the party's cleric, and I do stupid things. More than once. I'm supposed to be helping these people, but you know what? They're fine without me. They don't need me.
think every D&D character could start off with, I do stupid things.
Yeah, that's kind of taken for granted.
Listen, I got drunk, ended up with a bad guy in my lab who then thinks he had an actual shot with me, the poor dude. And I had to break his heart.
I mean, I think, if I remember correctly, at the end of last session, he looked at you and said, my love, I'm so sorry, but I can't stay. But either way, we'll just leave it at that. I think he broke your heart, maybe. I don't know. Van Roll, go right ahead. I'm just talking shit at this point.
Spines are broken.
Hi, I'm Van Roll. I'm the party's paladin, and I try to save these people from doing stupid things when I can. And I also carried him out like a suitcase whenever we were able to mantle him up and bring him back down to the bottom of the ship's hull.
Yeah, that is true. As we left Amric Vanthaber last week, you had bound his hands and feet, and then behind his back cuffed the cuffs together, making him into a very convenient suitcase that you could carry around. Carrying him downstairs, propping him up, both Rhea and Tarina had caught up with you guys and offered to keep watch on them while partaking in the pleasures that they have while on your ship. Including eating your food, drinking your wine, and messing up your beds. And probably everything else, let's just be honest. But that is exactly where we're going to get left off, or where we're going to pick up where we left off. Yep. Thank you guys all for your introductions. Let's get started. Okay, so the scene is set. It is the morning after. Again, as I said, you've already kind of woke up. We had a couple of discussions as the morning started about what is the next step. But as you're all standing there, emerged from the ship, at least, to get a breath of fresh air, you look to your left side, or starboard side, I believe it is, of the ship. And as you look, you see the tilted mast of the low lantern, or lit lantern, as the criers are now proclaiming it. As it's kind of half still sticking out of the water, bit of a burnt flag sticking off the edge of it. It seems like for the most part, the crowd has dispersed, but there are still the occasional looky-loos that are coming in just to take a look at it. You do see that Lorelra, worst name, you thought the Lamra was bad, or Vanthaber. Lorelra, the tavern's owner, is currently speaking with several of the town guards, seems to be filling out some sort of papers, and she has a big smile on her face. You guys can see it from where you're at, so we're just going to take under the assumption that insurance claim is probably real. So she's actually looking quite happy. And you actually would, maybe, if you look just close enough, see her pull out a little coin and out of the purse that Alejandro had given her and tip each one of the guards. Tip each guard, big air quotes around that, to make sure that the paperwork goes through. But I believe you guys had all discussed making some plans as to how you guys wanted to get into Vanthaber Villa, which is the next location. Now, just to give you this above game, just to be real quick about it, make sure that I got all the information out there. Amric would have told you that both Thirstwell and his mother typically reside at the villa. Otherwise, his mother could be found at the High Hall, which is in the upper city, both places in the upper city, which does require some either writ from a noble patriarch family, or some reason to be there, or a subtle tip to the guards, as Lorera is presenting, an example of, to get into the upper city. On the other side of that, also, he would have explained to you that when his mother is home, she is typically beneath the villa in the dungeons below. So he would have mentioned to you that she typically has, an area below the house, where she has a series of dungeons or whatever, essentially, where she spends most of her time and doing a lot of her practices as far as all that. Aside from that, his brother Thirstwell typically resides in the manor, does not often go down to the sub-basement, the sewer level, or whatever you want to call it. But should also be at the residence as well, and he is currently dealing with something that he had gotten from Thavius that he was supposed to be looking into. That's all he really told you. He didn't give you much detail. Thavius was also in there, allegedly being kept in the basement, whether against his will or, by his will. But his brother was supposed to be doing some investigation. I'll tip in on everything else, but I know Amric had a lot of info, and I just want to make sure I got it all out there because it's a lot to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it. Let you guys take the stage. You have the boat. You have the morning. What would you like to do with it?
If I'm remembering properly from last session, we decided that we wanted to go and talk to the Vendetta Cross lady that we saved, right?
Yeah, the wine lady.
Yeah.
The wine lady.
Yep.
Wine
Okay.
lady.
And if not mistaken, we also told Rhea and her friend to get the leftover Hell Riders and whatever favors that her friend has, to guard Emmerich at the ship.
Yep.
Correct. Also, very good point. Because I had forgotten about that.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, so I can't remember. Did you guys have that discussion the night prior or the morning
Yeah.
of?
It was the night prior.
Yeah,
Okay.
I remember because I talked to Rhea and I cheered her back up a little bit of her hopes of furthering with Hell Riders.
Right.
Yeah.
So in that case, you would see as you're all milling about for the morning. It's actually, I guess, probably for a brief moment during the time when you woke up and making plans, Tarina and Rhea had stepped out to go grab people essentially, and they both return. Rhea Mantlemorn with 3 Hell Riders, not in their formal gear, but you recognize them from amongst your, actually 4 of them. 4 Hell Riders that are, of good station. One of them you would actually recall remembering, Alejandro and Maxwell and Numo. Numo specifically had played a game of cards with them, a very big meathead that they had played cards with like episode 1. I can't even remember the guy's name, but we will just say that it is Brian for the sake of me not remembering it. But yeah, he was a very large guy, so she's gotten some of the higher officers that she could. And Tarina also has 3 or 4, we'll just say 3 unsavory looking fellows, all dressed in a dark grayish clothing that matches the docks very well. And one moment she's talking to them, you turn your head, turn back, they've just disappeared. But she assures you they are keeping an eye on your goods.
And I trust the lady.
In what way?
Right. Don't worry. I didn't tell them what's actually in the ship. Just that if they don't protect it with their lives, I'll take them either way. But if they do it well, they'll get some coin out of the deal.
Talk about the ship. Okay.
Was it
Oh, I see what you did there. I like you.
I say, yeah, I would say, was it Vanero probably walked up to the remaining Hell Riders and sort of like, clasped her hands and like give him a half sort of, sort of like a thing of respect.
You're way too friendly to them.
Definitely. Each of them look like they've had a less than favorable time. As you guys remember, they had been in, several of them had been in prison for a little while upon arriving. They actually had only spent a couple of days, just in a holding cell, but as Brian, the big meathead, kind of explains to, he says, "Good. It's good to be out of there. I tell you what, they didn't give you shit to eat. I'd have been happier with shit. The gruel that they give you in there was pitiful. You couldn't sleep. There was always drunks and other people wailing all the time, but it's good to be out breathing fresh air, and even better, working for the cause.
Can't say I didn't warn you.
I was born for bloodshed, and the Hell Riders have given me plenty enough, so hopefully we'll be bashing some skulls, right?"
Well, depends on what all
We shall
happens.
see.
Potentially.
We shall see.
I know it's more of a keep and watch thing, but anybody comes too close, I'll give him the old knuckle dusters. He seems anxious for combat.
Good to see you back out.
Right.
Actually,
I'm just shaking my head and be like, whatever.
taking a look over them, do they seem to really have anything in the much way of defense, or are they all currently empty-handed?
So You would see that they are all currently wearing what seems to be. I don't necessarily want to say streetwear exactly, but it is more like streetwear, right? Rhea specifically told them not to dress up for the occasion. You know what I mean? One, keep the Hellrider gear to a minimum. The city is still kind of on odds about the Hellrider situation, thanks to whatever his name was. Sorry, what was it?
I know what his name is.
Can't remember if anybody
Thanks.
remembers it. The guard captain. Thank you, Zur.
Yeah, Zodge.
Zodge, that's what it was.
Yep.
But also, you would see that there's some leathers mixed in there underneath of it that shows that they at least have a little bit of hidden armor, but mostly kept as like a tunic. So as far as like a sword, each of them does have a sword on their side, a dagger in the boot, as part of the traditional Hellrider attire, but nothing extra. So no shields, no over the top, armors or helmets.
All right, we should probably make our way out. It was good seeing all of you guys out here, though. Glad to see you still keeping your spirits up about all this.
Well, it is what it is. It seems like mostly that Zodge guy just, he wanted to have a bit of a pissing contest, but I gave him what's fair. And thanks to old Ray over here, she made sure we got out there. Hey. Thank you. Okay, so Ko-Fi stream.
Oh, God.
Let's see. I was trying to see what it was. Thank you very much. I will figure out what that is here in just 1 second. But whoever it was, thank you. So I guess that was probably Goonie Bones, I would gather.
Yep.
Thank you very much for the support and whatever chaos you've just added to the game.
Oh, no.
You probably also might need to reset the goal.
Yeah, I do need to reset that because it will sell. The problem is the goal is actually for the vampire game, but there's no way to separate store items.
Yeah.
So I got to constantly manually adjust it. I might have to just start tracking that more manually.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, nice. Look at that. So you guys are going to love this. That is advantage for each player.
Oh, hell yeah.
I meant it.
Well, actually,
Hell
love
yeah,
it.
Goonie.
Yeah, when I said you guys are going to love this, everybody winced, but I mean it.
Oh, okay. My heart.
So right. So each of you can go ahead and mark down another advantage token thanks to Goonie Bones.
I don't want to fight another suspicious looking.
That brings me to 5 and 1 inspiration point currently.
Oh, you still have a few stacked up, man.
I haven't used them yet.
I think most everybody else has used theirs.
I think if it's Bardic Inspiration, I think it wears off over a certain time.
So
no, it's not Bardic Inspiration. It's only an inspiration point.
Oh, inspiration.
I've had it, and I haven't used it yet.
I remember that. Yeah.
I love that. His inspirational quote is "Use them for dumb shit." I like it.
Yep.
You know what?
I
will make sure to do dumb shit.
Where's the torch?
Just find a place, I would say, on your character sheets, you know what I mean, to mark them as far as it goes. I tell you what, one thing I never use is the Electrum pieces. It's like a 50-cent piece. If you want to use that or whatever, I don't know, whatever you want. Just make sure to keep a place on your character sheets where you know where they're at. But yeah, thank you very much. And again, just as a quick reminder to the chat, if they want to, they can use those anytime they want. It works just like inspiration. They can give themselves advantage on one roll, or they can cause disadvantage on one of my rolls. It's kind of, I'm pretty sure that's the way it allows in the book, but if not, it's the way I table rule it. So, all right, please continue.
All right. Well, everyone ready to head out for this?
Do we? Is there anything? Can we get to this woman without having to go into the high city, or do we have to go into the high city to meet with her?
Vendetta Crest, you mean?
Yes.
So, I mean, of course, as far as, the villa, yes, it's in the high city, but Vendetta, she works for I think it's Othun patriarch family.
Yep.
And she has places in both the high city, the low city, and even some places outside of city. I said the wrong word there. City. As far as Little Calamshan, which is kind of to the eastern side of the city, So yeah, you could probably track down her, or at very least an associate that would get you in touch with her without having to travel into the high city.
Okay. And we should probably start looking for her.
I agree. You guys keep yourself. You guys keep watch. Keep yourself safe here. Sort of looks over at the sort of hill riders. They get themselves comfy on the ship.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They do, and they begin settling in. You see that a couple of them grab some chairs, pull up a table right there on the dock, start playing a game of cards. But kind of tips his nose at you to sure I'm watching, but keeping hey, guard duty's all we did. I got this. He said, "Now come over here. I still owe you a good ass kicking for the last time." As he throws out a set of cards on the table. I cannot remember his name right off the top of my head. Do you remember the name of the individual that you spoke with, Alejandro, at the bar that evening?
Oh God, that is.
I know, right? I'll look it up at a later point. But it was him, and I believe the girl's name was Sarah. That originally, when you had first met him, he was kind of a dawdling, kind of drunk, a little hammered, little dawdling. But after the events of the fall of the city, him and Sarah had kind of started to talk a little bit. And by this point, they are quite cozy with each other. So you see that he is among the crew. That him and Sarah are both among the crew that are helping out. And as he takes a look at you, he says, "Anything for a brother, right?" As he kind of shakes out a hand to shake yours.
Let this be a moment from this point forward where your stay in Baldur's Gate improves greatly. Enjoy the ship.
It's got to be better than what it was in there. It wasn't quite great, I'll tell you that much. But I appreciate everything that you did for me. Really do. And he kind of winks and takes a side glance towards Sarah.
Well, you two have a good time.
I will. And he kind of goes back to being the dawdling person he was.
That's the most creepy laugh I've ever heard in that
sentence. Oh yeah, he was a very unusual character to begin with. He was kind of off, and that was what made it so good. I think that was before they had came across your character. But yeah. As far as that goes, Vendetta Crest is known to frequent many of the taverns and ale houses as far as that goes. So if you wanted to, you could try and catch up with her. You definitely know that the Elf Song Tavern, where you guys had stayed previously, would definitely be one of the places that she makes regular deposits to.
All right.
So maybe we go to the Elf Song. We ask when Vendetta Crest would be returning, and we wait.
Definitely a possibility.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that the Yeah, I was about to say, as far as taverns in the lower city, at least the few that you can think of. Well, the Low Lantern is out of commission currently, but there is a place called Jobelin's that is also it is a seedy dockside tavern that has also it's labeled as a tea house, but is also more or less just a tavern as well. But so there was Low Lantern, Jopelin's Tea House and Tavern, and then the Elf Song. So if you head to the Elf Song and inquire, by the way, as you make your way through, you guys do see Insight Park, which I know I had mentioned to you last week. After getting a chance, because it's right in the direction that you're going to be heading as you leave out of there, that you would see that it looks to be a wide open park with like rolling hills, not big hills, but like mounded hills everywhere. They're kind of different heights and shapes, and as you actually kind of look at it from the outskirts as you're walking around and past it, you see where part of the dirt has shifted and settled, and underneath of it you just see piles of trash. That seems almost as if someone had taken a landfill and converted it into a park. The trash that is underneath has been kind of debris and everything else, but right in the very center of it, you obviously see a large tree that has big branching, like a canopy that branches out very wide. And as you look up the actual stalk of the tree itself, you see several places where bark is peeling back, revealing like almost curled strips that look similar to parchment as you guys were given last week.
Do I still have that piece of bark?
You definitely do.
With the
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and that was given to you by a man by the name of Toramesh, who appeared to be a a dwarf, a shield dwarf druid. So if you remember, he was kind of a, hey, buddy, what's going on, my guy? He was a little shaggy, but he was very short and, handed you, he said, this is from the, sorry, I forget the name of it, what was the name of the tree?
I can't remember.
Yeah, either way, yeah, he gave you the piece of bark and said it was from a tree. He said the tree wanted you to have this.
It was from some tree, and it was sticky bark. The bark was very sticky.
Sap on it.
Yeah, it's sap.
Yeah.
The sap came into a design.
Yep. Which, speaking of design from the insight tree, and we were just told
that's it, the insight tree.
Insight tree, yeah, the insight park. That's exactly it. But I just figured I'd make mention of it since you guys were walking past it. Now you actually see what it was. It looks like this druid has converted what was once a landfill into a nice city park. And that's why it's got like these little humps that look like, mounds or hills, but probably was originally a trash pile. And it's really nice now, you know what I mean? Like, and you would actually see like a small cottage in the back of that area where he is presumably stays himself. But making your way continuously up through the city.
Could we make a stop at the tree?
Absolutely.
Is it possible to find out a corresponding mark or area where the bark came from?
Yeah, so if you guys make your way through Insight Park, it's actually kind of like set upon a hillside almost. Let me switch the maps here for you, and hopefully it doesn't screw with us. But
fingers crossed.
I know. I don't know why it does. It's like 1 in 3 times it breaks when I change the map. Breaks the stream.
So
We've been doing pretty good lately, though. I will say. And now that I've switched a lot of our layout,
I just got flashbanged by your map.
Flashbanged. Nice. So taking a look down at Brampton in the very bottom side, you guys were coming from these lower docks here. Insight Park is just kind of off to the right as you're making your way up around through the main thoroughfare. So Insight Park is kind of set along that hillside leading up towards Tumbleton and Cliffgate. The reason they call it Cliffgate is the walls, separated and then goes up, and it actually starts again there and goes up the hillside. So it's kind of a steep incline as you enter into Insight Park, and as you make your way up and get to the tree in the center of it, you see that lots of people are walking around, milling about, seeming to enjoy the nice park. There's people, playing with their kids on the hillside, a couple of kids rolling down the hill, seeing who can roll down fastest. And as you approach the tree, you see that there's actually a bit of a small fence that's been placed around it, and it just says, the Insight Tree provides messages as it sees fit, not as you see fit. Please be patient. It's kind of the tag that he's put on a little sign that you can see he's hand painted. But there is one walkway where you can walk right up to the tree, even through the fence. And you see lots of places where these little barks have come down and things like that. But as you're specifically looking, you do see one place where you can almost see a bit of an imprint. That same kind of sappy design, it almost looks like a square, that you can tell that's probably where your piece of bark came from. The image, of course, is a lot more clear on your side than it is on the tree side. But yeah, you see that same geometric shape there. That's listed. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and show this to the chat. So this is what they found on that piece
on
of
the tree
bark.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a strange cubical shape with seems to be some sort of design or decoration on the outside.
Was it sort of looking at it and sort of thinking a moment? He sort of looks over. He goes, "Do you think that might be the artifact that we were told they were studying?
It is possible.
It seems strange that we get this from the insight tree, piece of bark with some strange box with runes on it. And next thing we learn, they're studying some sort of artifact."
It's too much of a
So
coincidence otherwise.
Can't
it
remember
must mean
exactly.
something.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I can't remember exactly how much detail Amric had given you, but I know you guys
He gave a
questioned him
lot.
pretty thoroughly. So
Yeah.
he would have told you that I don't know much about it, but I don't know. He was given a box to try and examine, so it at least matches in shape to what was described.
All right.
That's very
Well,
possible.
So we'll have to keep an eye out for something like this.
Right.
But
I just
otherwise,
thought
you
the
do
tree
see
might.
the druid Tormish as
Mhm.
he approaches.
Yep.
Seeing you standing there, he kind of walks by and hey guys, good to see you come pay a visit. I don't see any more messages for today, but the tree always likes a good hello too.
it's good to see you.
It is good to see you, sir.
You too, guys. Hey, if anybody ever wants, my cottage is over there. Feel free. I do tea, and we can do like lunch or something. Do you guys hacky sack?
Ah, maybe
I
when we're
got
a
a,
little less busy.
I got
What
a
is this
mean
hacky
hacky.
sack?
It's so like it's a sack, and you hack it, kick it
Yeah.
with your foot, and he like pulls out. He's like reaches around through the many pockets in his cargo shorts, and produces a small bag filled with beans that he produces to kick around. He's
Maybe
like,
when we're
here,
not
man,
so
give it a
busy.
try, and he kicks it your way. Just don't let it touch the ground.
Who does he kick it at?
I'll receive that.
You'll
If I can.
receive that. Jumping
Yeah,
on that.
if I can
Whoever
pick it
wants to
up.
be the first one, he just kind of kicks it at the group. So whoever wants to, feel free to throw a dex save, maybe.
I say more of a check.
Deck save.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could
like
definitely
my big
use.
floppy shoes.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do a dexterity check if that's better for you. I was, whichever's best.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know which one I clicked. I think I did save.
Let's see, 19. You immediately get the idea of this. The idea is just keep it in the air while kicking the sack. It's pretty simple. But yeah, you and this druid kind of go back and forth for a minute, and you get some. He's like, dude, you got some skills, brah. You're really good at this. And it's kind of hard because the height. Well, no, you're actually about the same size as him. So when he kind of kicks it, like as you guys are watching, even though it's going to their head height, every time it pops up, it's still like your hip height for most of you, except for Maxwell, of course. But yeah, you kind of have a moment there, and he's like, "Man, this is kind of cool, buddy." It's like you're pretty good at this.
Yes, the oversized shoes help.
Yeah, I never thought of that. I mean, I just had big feet. And you kind of like look down. He's definitely wearing sandals. Like, there's no question. He's but he does have giant dwarven-sized feet. He's
Well,
like, you
that's your
guys are pretty
secret then.
cool, man. He seems to be interested at very least in your party. He says, if you ever need, man, feel free to stop by the tree. Like it kind of does its own thing or whatever, but like, every now and again it peels off, prophecies and stuff, and it can be really helpful. And, sometimes it tells me who they're for. Sometimes you might just walk by and a piece falls off, and that's probably for you. But like, anytime you need a little insight, the tree's a good place to come.
Maxwell immediately goes to walk right past the tree.
Goes to walk past the tree.
Very nonchalantly, very casually.
Okay.
I doubt it's like a sensor thing, is it?
Give me a D100 roll.
Oh boy.
Roll percentile.
Oh boy.
I mean, if this works, we're all going past that.
Right. 33. You walk past it, nothing seems to come off of it. You can
I
see
walk
several
past it.
places where it's curled back, but nothing seems to just like immediately fall off as you walk past.
I express a look of disappointment and walk back. That the solution did magically fall in my lap.
All right.
Nice. As he and Numo continue kicking a sack back and forth, he's like, "Yeah, man, it's kind of fickle. It just does its own thing, man. But like, if it drops any more for you, I'll make sure to come get you, though."
Thank
That
you.
would be appreciated.
Like
Yeah,
I commune with nature a lot. And, you know, if you just sit and listen to the tree, it'll tell you a lot of stuff, man. He's like, it usually tells me who I'm looking for and, you know, kind of all that. So I can usually piece it together. He actually described you, you know, and he kind of actually points to Alejandro with this one. He's like, yeah, it told me to look for a guy with a big hat. And I just, like, I found you. But, he's like, yeah, if it ever comes by anymore, I'll let you know for sure. You can just stop by, man. I make some pretty good tea. I mean, it's not quite as good as Joplin's, but like, it's pretty good.
Well, I don't.
Thank you for the offer.
Thank you, but I'm not sure if we can stay for too long. We don't have much time before, you know.
We must be on our way.
Bummer, dudes. But either way, it was cool hacking with you, man. You come back anytime.
yes, it was a fun toy. I'd have to make one for myself someday. I kick it back to him.
Yeah, he's like, oh, dude, no worries, man. Here. And he actually would take the one that he has and toss it at you. Keep this one. I'd make a new one, man. I grow some beans in the garden, and I'd like to do a little crochet from time to time to kill the time, so I can make a new one.
Okay. Is there anything special about this, or is it just literally
it is a
sack
hacky
of
sack. You now are the
Okay.
proud owner of one hacky sack.
It hacky, it's sacky.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's
Okay,
like, come
we'll see
back
if it
next
becomes
time. I'll
useful.
describe to you the finer points of the sack hole.
Okay. Yep. Let's go. Let's go.
Yes.
Okay.
As you guys mosey along, making your way out, he's still kind of half talking to himself as you leave. He seems like he's pretty desperate for, you know, company. For the most
I'm
part,
leaving.
like he just immediately, like, once he realizes, he keeps talking for a while, and then once he realizes it, like, he finds another group. He's like, "Hey guys, you hack sack?" You know, it just like goes off to mess somebody else, trying not to look. You
Poor
know,
dude is lonely.
yeah, you know, old druid out living out here by himself with nobody to talk to but the trees. But you do make your way to the Elf Song Tavern. And again, the Elf Song Tavern being a rough and tumble place, but it is actually one of the nicer establishments. And as you come in, it's a mild, you know, morning crew. There's a lot of people in, you know, grabbing a breakfast, or several people coming down from, from their rooms. As far as that goes, you would see that the bartender, you know, tentatively pays attention and takes, you know, morning. What can we do for you?
Morning. I think we're looking for somebody.
Yeah, we're looking for Miss Vendetta Cress.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, Tarina's not here. Surprisingly, I haven't seen her in a couple of days. She's usually in, but, you know, Vendetta, yeah, it's, I could try and get a hold of her if you want. Give me a moment.
Is she coming by for a delivery?
She usually does stop by at least once or twice a week, but if you're trying to contact her, yeah, I might be able to, you know, help you out with that. How urgent is it?
Decently.
Yeah, it's sort of decently urgent.
It is urgent.
No worries. Hey, Tommen! And he yells at a small boy that is currently over in the corner, like sweeping and mopping. He says,
Good.
"Could you run to the next tavern or two and see if you could track down Vendetta? She's probably making her rounds. It's morning time." He says, you guys got lucky. It's a good time of day to catch her, but yeah, see if you could catch her, and if you can, tell her that there's a group of people looking for her here." And the little boy, you know, tips his head, nods at you. Pip, pip, and off he goes. Would you like a drinks or anything? Breakfast? Anything while you wait?
Haven't eaten yet. We could all do with breakfast. What do you guys think?
Breakfast would be good.
Yeah,
Breakfast
I
does
think
sound
it would
good.
be very good to have some breakfast here.
I'll whip something up for you while we're working on it. It's a good time of day to catch her, though. She's usually making her rounds. You know how that business goes. Got to make your sales and all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he commences to making several, plates. Eggs, bacon, all the good stuff. Homemade bread with actually some like real like orange juice, fresh squeezed, and all that stuff. He does a good job. But it, by the time you're, midway through your breakfast or so, you would see that the boy Tommen makes his way back in alongside Vendetta. So just for a real quick reminder, Vendetta is a tiefling. Roughly looks like for the chat. Looks like that. There we go. So yeah, tiefling, long hair. She was very thankful for the help that you had given her. And as she walks in, you see that she looks a little confused or unsure who it is that's looking for her. But as she spots your table, she actually smiles and, oh goodness, hey guys, how have you been?
Good to see you again.
I'm sorry, I didn't know how to track you down. I wanted to send you a cask of ale, or maybe
no, please
a cask of
don't
wine.
worry. How you've been doing?
A lot better than I was, I can tell you that much. It was quite literally close to, I mean, considering the aesthetic, that was closer to hell than I have ever been. But it was not a pleasant experience, but thankfully, you've set me free, and I've gotten back to work, and I just try to keep it behind me, but I will be honest, sometimes the thoughts come at night. I wake up a little afraid, but overall, I'm doing pretty well. I couldn't thank you enough. Seriously, if there's anything I could ever do, please just let me know.
It's
Well,
strange that
now
you
you
just
speak of
say
it.
that.
Oh,
We
Please.
actually do
speak of it.
hope you can help us with a little something.
Well, okay.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
What could I do for you?
Perhaps you've heard what's happened with the low lantern.
The
Excuse
lit
me.
lantern.
Now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Goodness. Yeah. What a mess that was. Though I've heard the tavern owner's rather excited about it. I guess she had more in the insurance than she did in the bar, so she's doing the paperwork. But yeah, she actually even told me to not worry about returning the ales. I had stopped and visited with her this morning. I typically deliver wine there. But yeah, she even said not to worry about the extra barrels, and I tried to help compensate her loss, but she seemed to be doing rather well, actually. What is that going to do with anything?
We have reason to get into the Van Tamper villa, and we believe that you could help with this wine delivery that was supposed to go to the Low Lantern.
As you kind of say that, she kind of,
Yeah.
Sir, I believe it would be better for us to take our breakfast in the private room. Just go. She kind of points that way, and he kind of, okay, go ahead. Nobody's in there. But she seems a little like panicked when she hears the name Van Thamper. You know what I mean? Like she kind of looks around. It doesn't seem like anybody's heard you, but she just looks panicked, personally. So as you know, if you guys escort with her, you actually step back into that same kind of private room that you had previously. And as she steps in there and pulls the curtains behind, she says, not to, be rude, but just be careful. That Van Thampa family is nothing to be played with. I one time forgot and was late with a shipment of ale, and that damned Amric, he threatened to cut off my hands if I was late again. I have to deal with all of his accounts personally.
Soon, darling.
Oh, I used to send people to deal with him, but he's been quite crass and rude to several of my employees. I've had to start dealing with him personally. But yes, so you're
If
trying
you do
to.
not want to, if you do not want to deal with these people directly, we just need specific writs that'll get us into the upper city and confirm that we are doing a job for you.
Oh, I see. Simpson kind of thinks about it for a moment. She says,
And of
"Well,
course, we could just, deliver the shipment that they usually get, and well, you don't have to worry about that.
well, I do
Well,
have the casks that were meant to go there, and I guess if Lorelra didn't want them, I was just going to put them back on the stock. But if you would like to have them, I mean, it's the least I could do after. I mean, you literally saved my life.
yeah,
I don't know what else I could do, but
I-
as far as getting writs, that's something I can accomplish. Many of my employees travel to the upper city and lower city to deliver wine all over. So,
Could we borrow one of your employees to ship the wine? Because we will need a cart.
uh, yes, we do have wine carts. As far as that goes, it's a small cart drawn by a horse. But I don't.
Miss.
I truly feel like I really owe you for everything. I don't know exactly what it is you're doing, and trust me, for the sounds of it, if it has anything to do with the Vanthubers, I probably don't want to know, but if I can be honest, if it's anything that's gonna give them a kick in the old butt, I would be fine with helping. But
Good.
yes, I could do that if you need to use one of our carts to deliver the wine.
All right.
Be cautious though. That Amric is a right prick, if I do say so.
Well, now that you mention that,
You don't need to
uh,
worry about him.
yeah, no, you don't.
He has been somewhat taken out of the picture.
Kind of
So you
looks a little confused, but
have
better
you
not to
have,
ask questions. But glad to hear it. And
well,
he only ordered a couple of casks of wine, but he acted like he owned the whole Uthun line just because he was a customer. Wasn't the best. I mean, he did spend good cash. He was personally buying all the wine that was sold at the Low Lantern. It will be a loss to lose that, but I mean, honestly, the Patriarchs do pretty well for themselves. But yes, it would take me a little while to acquire these things. But as far as the shipment, it's at the warehouse, and that's where our wagons will be. I pretty much done everything I needed to do this morning. If you want to follow me when I leave here, I could take you to it.
Well, I think that sounds like a wonderful idea.
I cannot see any fault in this.
all right.
The least I can do. You saved my life, so if a couple of casks of already paid for wine and the chance to stick it to those Van Thampas, then well, I'm all more for it. Be cautious, though. I have heard that terrible things about that family.
Well,
Rumor has it that they're in league with some rather nefarious people. I hope that you know what you're getting involved with.
Oh,
let's
we do.
I
let's
saw what you
just
did in that dungeon, and it seems like you're more than capable.
yeah. Well, just be glad that well, I mean, you might smile a little bit more once you hear about a few things, but we'll save that for later.
Yes.
As much as I would enjoy that, I feel like I'd probably best not know, less that I can be tied to. But no, just for the records, the horse and cart do have our logo on them. This isn't going to be anything that's going to fall back directly on the
Well,
O'Thoons, would it?
well, I have a question for you. How much? What would you do to get revenge to the people that did that to you down in that dungeon?
Assume that's what I'm doing here, if I'm being honest, based by the way you're talking. So I'm happy to do so, but the only reason I asked is because I work for the Othuns. I am, you know, of course, she points at the horns, not actually one of them myself. So I just don't want to jeopardize my own position, but I've been with them for quite some time, and I've raised their portfolio by double, actually, almost triple. And she starts like almost getting in the numbers with you. But no matter. But either way, I've done good business for them, so I can get away with a little bit. But I just
If
feel like if anything does come back too hard, I am going to probably have to claim that the cart was stolen,
if if
That shouldn't be
or
a problem.
if
lost, or
yeah,
something to that effect. If it's
if
that bad.
if if we succeed, I don't think they're going to have to worry about a single thing. I think they actually might be praised if we do succeed and their cart was found there. But if not, well, then I can't guarantee either. So
Then you can just say it was stolen.
Anything to stick it to that Amric prick. He pinched my ass one night while I was trying to unload barrels off of a cart, and then looked at me as if I was at fault. Couldn't believe him. What a scumbag. Well,
Yeah.
either
Let's not.
way, just make sure to be careful. I mean, there's a lot of rumors going around saying that this Lamra will be the next High Duke of Baldur's Gate. He has quite an immense amount of power and pull in the city, so just be cautious. You helped me so much. I don't want to see anything happen to you. I know that we don't know each other well, but
I
you
think
did
it
me a
would be
great
bad for
favor.
Baldur's Gate if she
oh,
became the next High Duke.
I
I
feel
agree.
the same. I mean, I know she's done some good for the city, in her time as Duke, but, not everyone with money and power should be given control. And I don't see it in her. She looks like an angry dog that hasn't been fed in a week. This
If you
constant scowl.
if you have such an ear to the ground for all the gossip,
Oh,
who is her biggest rival?
gossip is kind of something that I do know quite a bit about. When you deal with so many taverns, you get to hear all the little tasty treats from the drunks with open lips and loose tongues speak to the bartender, and who do the bartenders have to speak to but me? Um, as far as her closest competitor, it would have been Ravengard, High Duke Aldar Ravengard. It's not a secret that she's been vying for his position for quite some time. But since the misfortune that happened in El Terrell, no one has seen of Aldar Ravengard, so
Are there
it's
any
kind of opened up.
representatives?
Go
Are
ahead.
there any representatives or allies of Ravengard still in Baldur's Gate?
Well, there are quite a few that have stood by him and supported his claim. The dukes are supposed to work as a bit of a tribunal or collective group. Oh shit! Sorry guys, there's a bee.
A
It's middle of
bee?
winter. Why is there a bee in my house?
Oh wow.
It's fucking November. How do you have a bee?
Well, I know it's dead now. I'm sorry. It just like flew right in my face. Anyway, sorry. But there are those that still support, Aldar Ravengard and hope to see his return. But as far as that goes, there are other dukes, as well. Let's see.
All right.
Just want to make sure to keep their name up. They're supposed to work as a council, and the High Duke is there to settle disagreements, as far as that goes. But there are several members. I'm trying to sit here and make sure I got all their names right. Sorry. And Dukes, 1994. There we go. So there's Aldar Ravengard, who of course has been missing, and Thalamra, but there is also Dillard Porter. That would probably be her next closest competitor. I've even actually heard recent news through the taverns and shipping houses that I work with, that he has his grandniece coming into town. I believe it was his niece or granddaughter. I can't remember. A Liara Porter. She's a high-ranking member of the Flaming Fist and has been in Port Nyanzaru for some time now, but apparently he has requested for her to come to the city since Aldar Ravenguard's disappearance. I would say that would probably be the next closest competitor. I mean, otherwise, there's Bellin Stelmane, but, you know, they mostly seem to try to stay out of business unless forced into it. They mostly got their position through their wealth, not their brains.
Well, if this does not work out, we could always work with this gentleman and his niece as a backup plan.
Very true. I mean, if
Dylan
we don't do
Porter,
something,
from what I know, is a pretty good man. I mean, say what you will about the Flaming Fist, I know they may be too common to turn a blind eye when needed. But you know, that comes and goes, good and bad. You know, they've turned their heads when we've needed them to, but they can also crack down on you just as easily. But you know, even though the Flaming Fist can be a bit of a pain at times, they do keep peace in the city, and they have the military. I mean, we have the city watch, but the Flaming Fist outnumbers them 10-1. They're really the true gods of the city. So I mean, Dillard Porter and his niece Liara, they have quite a bit of pull when it comes to the actual command of the Flaming Watch or Flaming Fist.
They may actually be in danger. And Ravengard was taken out by the Van Tampers. That may be, they could possibly be the next target.
yes.
Or they've been approached.
Well,
Wait, you believe that the Van Tampa family actually has done something to Aldar Ravengard?
There's a lot of things they've done.
Maybe I don't need to know. You know
You
what?
don't want to know.
I will allow you to keep that to yourself. I would just like to sell wine. I have had enough issues recently to last a lifetime, so I'd rather not get in any more adventures just yet. But if you're done with your breakfast, we can go get that cart for you. I don't mind.
I mean, if you're sure, I mean, we should have a spare suit of armor around here if you'd like. He sort of just chuckles.
No, I'm quite okay. I have enough to where I can protect myself, but I think that's enough. I don't know if you saw the fellow that drugged me into that cave, but that tunnel, but I did give him what for on the way in. He says, I have a couple of tricks up my sleeve. As she kind of like snaps her fingers and you see a little wisp of flame kind of roll off of it, but I prefer to stick to business.
Good.
Smart woman.
Well, let me ask you, how big are your carts? How much space do we have to, if we're going to hide in there with this shipment?
Well, usually big enough to carry several casks of wine. We have a couple of different carts, actually. Mostly we use small ones. They can carry about 4 of the small pony kegs, as far as that goes. But we do have larger carts for when we need to make larger shipments as well, if that's what's needed.
Well, how big are the kegs?
Well, she kind of takes a look around. She actually like pulls the curtain a little bit. Oh, well, there. And as she points, she says, that's the ale kegs there. They're typically larger, and points at what looks to be a keg. It's like a 40-gallon drum, wooden barrel. This is what you'd be expected. And she says, and those are what we keep our wine in. So stacked right on top of those, you see several half-size ones. And they're probably, 2 foot top to bottom and a foot around. As far as that goes, she says, hey, we could fit plenty of those, but usually the small cart can hold about 4 of the big ones with a little extra room for other things. And then we have a bigger cart. We only have the one, but it can hold up to 16 of those. So,
well, I mean,
those larger barrels, do you have an extra one that's empty that you don't mind losing?
Well, yeah, we've got lots of barrels. I think I could help accommodate that if that's
Do you think? Do you think the smaller one could be Numo sized? I looked over to Numo. Do you think it fit in that thing?
I got a better idea.
I mean,
You two are
I can fit in
horrible.
this thing. You can keep it full, just drain like maybe this much, and I can just hide in there and you know, you only lose like this much product.
We have had bad luck, with people and wine.
Yeah. All right. So what's your
Sorry, are
idea,
you
Maxwell?
implying something?
Yes, we are. Okay, so what's your?
It wasn't
My
wine.
liquor.
That's what.
All right. So what was your idea, Maxwell?
Well, simply put, I can, for one of the larger ones, I can put a false bottom in it. So that way anyone who opens it will see that it's full of wine, but actually the bottom half will just be our little clown curled up. It'll even pour wine if they tap it.
Aw, how sweet.
All right. Well,
Work?
then let's get on to this then.
And then what are we going to do? We leave Numo in there, and then he'll let us in at night?
Yeah, we'll just leave him there. Abandon him, the
Well,
usual.
This is my element. I got it.
Yeah. I can't sneak in for shit. So if you're going in there and
I
you're trying to
can.
get us in, I'm not. I'm just gonna be. You're gonna hear is a loud clanging going wherever I go. So.
I don't have that issue
If you
anymore.
want to take the armor off, we can sneak the armor in another way, and then
Why don't we put the armor in another spot?
We could.
Well, if you're done with your breakfast, I can show you what we have, and if you need to make any modifications, don't rush on my behalf, of course.
Oh yeah, no. Let's go get this
We're
sorted out.
good.
See if we can do this.
Yes.
In that case, if you guys load up and follow in suit, then she takes you not too far. Let me see on the map here.
It takes you not too far. In the meantime, we're all getting kidnapped. No, just kidding.
My map here, make sure I know where we're at. All right. So actually not too far from the Elf Song Tavern. Closer to the dock down here is where she would take you to. See, kind of where the S is on Counting House. It'd be right around there. Where
Sure.
she takes you to a warehouse that you see that there are several, barrels stacked up outside, a small stable set off to the side, as well as dock access for shipping, import, and export as far as that goes. And there are currently a handful of workers that are loading a ship into the harbor as you guys arrive. And you do see that there are a couple of carts sitting outside. As far as carts goes, like she does have a very small cart. It would hold maybe 4 barrels tightly. You know what I mean? But as far as what she explained about the low lantern is he was buying all the wine, so the barrels would be a little smaller. Um, but there's also like a mid-sized cart that can hold 8 to those, and then one very large cart that would probably hold 16 barrels plus a bunch of other things. That one would require 2 horses. All the other ones can be pulled by a single horse, of which they do have some. And again, it does have, Othun family, the Othun name with a bit of like a keg-sized symbol pouring out of a spout, kind of tipped on its side. And, inside, she say, there's our carts, and if you come in here, as you make your way in, you see that there's a whole warehouse filled with different barrels and things. It smells amazing in here, mixed between different ales and wines. And even over in one corner, you see some that are labeled as like hard liquors and things in smaller kegs that are about the size of like a gallon jug almost. But
I would
yeah,
not mind spending a day here.
right. But she would show you to the 2 that she has like almost sitting right next to the door. She's got a couple sitting there. These are empty. You can do with these as you wish. The bends were starting to wear out on them and they leaked a bit. But we could always have them tightened again if you want them to hold the water. Otherwise, whatever you wish to do with them. But yeah, she shows you 2 barrels, and like I said, they got the small one, which is definitely pneumo size, but it would just fit pneumo, and then a larger one that would fit pneumo plus. And please continue to talk. I just have to also do something off screen, but I got you in my earpiece.
All right.
Pneumo plus.
Well,
So Maxwell's
those
immediately going to track down one of the larger ones and then search around to see if you can find any wood carving tools.
Well, the issue for the larger ones are supposed to be carrying ale, and if he's only buying wine, that might be suspicious.
Fair. Good.
We could say he's bought so much wine that it comes with a free keg of ale.
Maybe. I mean, he
Well,
is
that takes some
a
deception,
rather.
but it's doable.
Yeah.
Well, we did deliver ale as well to the Low Lantern. I don't believe it was all on his tab, but it would typically come in one shipment whenever it did come. If that helps you at all.
Yeah, then we can do that then. I think that
Perfect.
probably worked out well.
So they were. This was
here actually is their last order, and as she points, you see that there is 4 small casks of ale of the wine, and then 2 larger casks of ale. So 6 in total, but 2 big ones, 4 of the small ones. She said that was actually the order right there that was supposed to go to the Low Lantern. You are welcome to that and any of the empty barrels that you need.
Well, actually, why don't we deliver the Low Lantern order to the Van Tamper estate?
Yeah, that's what we were. Yeah. Let's do that then. Let's well then Maxwell.
Was I able to find wood carving tools?
Wait a minute. I could make a whatchamacallit, a forged letter that has Van Tamper's name on it, saying that he wants this wine delivered.
What happens if he's there to confirm whether or not he wrote the letter, though?
The one that we
He's
have.
not because we have him. Yeah.
Right. I got him confused.
Same one. You asked about wood carver's tools. You said were you able to find them? As in, like, can you grab a pair through as you're making your way through the city?
Well, specifically around here within, like, with all the barrels and such.
Oh, she would, yeah, if you ask Vendetta, go ahead and give me a persuasion check, just for shits and giggles, so we can have a roll here. She's pretty amenable, but yeah, if you're actually asking for, like, a set of tools or something, see what she can do for you. 15. Yeah, with a 15, well, we don't have much in the way of those, but I do have these, and as you point over, she has, you can see where they put together the barrels, of course, and there are several shaving tools, a hammer, and some nails, and things like that, so it's got the basics of it. It's probably not the greatest, but yeah, for the most part, it is a woodcarver's tools.
All right, so I collect a set of tools, and then I pay her the 1 gold that is the value of them, because...
You didn't have to do that, but thank you. It's probably best that I do replace them, but yeah, you see they got extras as far as that goes, but yeah, she's happy to take your coin. And
Right. So, while the others are talking, I'm going to start modifying. For the larger barrel, I'm going to put the divider in slightly slanted so that not only when you open the top do you see wine, but also the part where you tap the barrel or the ale. You'd see ale, but the part where you tap the barrel, the ale will also reach down there, so it will actually flow if they tap it. And I'm going to have to waterproof it as well.
Yeah, definitely. So it's very specifically because of where you're at, and she's happy to let you use whatever you need. You have all the tools there required to do what you need to do. For the modifications, of course, that's a little special. But then when it comes to tightening the barrel or making sure it's sealed and all that stuff, more than capable of doing that. But just to be on the safe side, I don't think they're. What kind of roll do we want to make this to see how well you can disguise? I guess this would almost be a stealth or subterfuge, maybe.
I figured it would work off of the tools themselves.
That's
Yeah,
fine too.
Like how good am I with them?
I was more or less just thinking for how well you can hide the the hidden compartment. But yeah, that's perfectly fine. If you want to make a roll using the tools, so you can get it's probably like a Dex or intelligence check maybe.
It's a check based, like it's literally a tool proficiency check, but D&D Beyond doesn't have the ability to roll that, so I got to calculate it.
Gotcha.
It's
That's
basically
why
proficiency. What stat would you say that uses?
I
Intelligence or?
You argue it to me, man. Whichever you like. Tell me why it makes sense. You know what I mean? Because I'm okay with it.
I would say intelligence just from trying to design like almost architect style, like design out exactly how this would fit in, doing all the measurements, because the more precise the measurements, the more exactly it will fit in place and the easier it will be.
I would agree with that. Also, bonus points for kissing the kids goodnight. Dad of the year. Look at this guy go.
Every night, it's a nightly ritual.
Good for you, man.
All right, 4 plus proficiency, so a total of 6.
All right, so 14.
Well, not
yeah,
the greatest. I would like to burn an inspiration, or not an inspiration, one of the advantage points.
Gotcha. Go ahead and burn an advantage. If you can get a little bit better, go for it, man. You have one of those. Ooh.
That's much better.
Yeah, this is some dumb shit to use it on for sure, man. Much better. Awesome.
I'm an artificer. If I can't make good shit, what am I?
There you go, Gooney. Already putting those rolls to work.
Sounds like you're a problem at that point.
So again, not only like you described it, not only does it, is it very hard to see, you know what I mean, but using his measurements and his ability to fit in small spaces as a contortionist, you make it perfect. To where not only does he have a place to get inside of, but he can open it and let himself out from the inside. The barrel still functions, tap and all, and you would never know this from any other barrel that there's any difference. In 23, you do an amazing job. Thank you, Goonie, for the advantage.
Hell yeah. So once I'm finished, I produce it to Numo and show him how the door operates from inside out, and then say, "Ta-da!"
You notice that Vendetta actually takes a little bit of interest in it too, and she's looking at it, examining it, like, that is brilliant. I never thought about how much we could move through the city. Never mind.
Sorry.
I offer to write down the schematics for exactly the modifications I did.
Oh, not that I would ever need them, but just for
just
science.
in case.
Just in case.
Yes, that's
just in case you ever need to sneak a whatchamacallit, a gnome through. Yeah. A contortionist
exactly
gnome. If you ever just a contortionist gnome clown, if you need to do that, here's the schematics.
Or perhaps something interesting that is of small repast.
Yeah.
Right.
Like a clown contortionist gnome.
I was more or less thinking a way for us to undercut some of the liquor tax if we could put the liquor in the same barrel as our ale, without being noticed. Quite clever. We could shave a few pennies.
Well, I'm just gonna pretend like I didn't hear that.
Bullshit.
Well,
but anyway, on to the matter at hand.
Absolutely. She does
so
have another couple of workers, by the way, also gather whatever wagon you guys prefer and a horse, and start getting it ready for you.
So, what are we doing with the armor? If I'm over sneaking at night, I kind of can't wear it that well for sneaking.
That sounds like a you problem.
Well, hang on.
Well, it's all of our problem, because if I walk and everyone sees me, and they come see all of us standing there and attack all of us, that's all of our problem.
Well, so here's a thought that I got for you. What if we take all of your armor, all of her armor, and we strap it to him? And I gestured to RoboPup, who is standing there doing absolutely nothing.
Or how
Because he
about
can
your
sneak
bag
pretty well.
you're holding?
I suppose we could also do that, but that's less dramatic than him. The dog again.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Also, isn't her armor the one she can stealth with?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, so it'd just be my armor.
Just double
Fine.
check that new armor that you had recently had Maxwell procure for you or make for you, produce for you. That was still full plate though, correct?
It is full plate, yes.
Okay. I was just making sure that I knew. So both you and Vanderol are in full plate, Alejandro's in cloth, Numo's in leathers,
I'm in full plate, but I don't have any of the negative effects.
Right.
Alejandro's in studded leather.
Studded leathers, okay. Maxwell, what do you wear out of curiosity?
Let's see. He would be currently wearing just a normal set of scale mail. I still want to build myself some mithril armor at some point, but that's on the back burner.
Gotcha. Okay. Just curious as to what the ensemble looks like.
Oh, we look like a pack of murder hobos. That's what we look like.
Yeah, we look like people who absolutely murder things.
Yeah, which is not a good idea if we're going to be delivering this ale. We should probably look a little bit more the part.
Security.
Some of us, but not all of us.
I don't look like a murderer.
What if one person just wears all the armor, and that be the security for our delivery?
Yeah.
Not
How do you
uncommon
think
that
this will work?
it's not uncommon that we do send at least one armed person with each shipment just to make sure.
Well, which one would make most sense to be armored?
I mean, presumably you.
Yeah, I just want to.
You look like you belong in armor.
Yeah,
You were born in it, weren't you?
probably.
It must have been very
What does
uncomfortable.
that mean? What do I? What?
You're a 4 foot tall elf compared to a 6 foot
God.
4.
I'm sorry. I didn't ask to be this short when I got born.
Yeah, but it's gonna look
Wait,
stranger
I
if
did.
you're the security and I'm the person, turning in the ale.
Vendetta would say I really shouldn't be listening to any more of this, but I can do one last thing. Again, I really do feel like I owe you. Give me just one moment. And she kind of excuses herself for a moment or two. And as she returns, she brandishes several coat hangers with the ensemble of a delivery person. It's more or less just like it's like a tunic overcoat, like a uniform. You know what I mean? Kind of. It's not much. It's more like a tunic, or more like a cloak, I guess you would say. Just something that you would throw over your typical clothes, but does have the Othun Patriarch family crest on it, and just some basic attire. Says if anyone needs, you are more than welcome to have these as well. If you're trying to disguise yourselves.
Put it on over what I'm wearing. I'm like, it's too tall for me anyway.
It is super awkward. Like when you put it over, you could definitely tell. Like I'm trying to think of what it'd be. It would almost be like a jacket, more or less.
It
so
would
like
be
she
way
doesn't
too
buy
long
everybody.
for me either way.
Yeah, at this point, in like the world, she's not buying them an entire head to toe outfit, but more or less just like a vest throw over that you could put over. So if you put it over top of your armor, it looks really awkward. You know what I mean? You can still see the big bulky armor and knots of the metal, under top of essentially just like an apron that you throw on over top of it. But she does offer them to you if you want. She's got hats and these like aprons, I guess would be a good way of putting it.
I'm guessing there would be one size for you because it's not like there aren't people that small.
Oh yeah. She definitely brought out some that are human size and human to elf size, and then also
miniature elf
one
size,
that is more like dwarf or gnome.
Well, I'm not even regular human size. That's the worst part of it all.
Yeah, well, there's
maybe like a tall dwarf.
Yeah, I suppose she'd probably bring you like a dwarf's
Anything
outfit.
in that size?
Yeah.
A tall dwarf.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it. I'm 4'3". A tall dwarf will do it.
Yep.
Well,
All right.
I mean, because of the bulkiness of the armor.
All right.
It
So
actually does, I guess, with the mix between being made for a dwarf and that it does look a little bit more reasonable, but again, it doesn't really cover much. It just kind of gives you more or less a tabard, so it's not much to like hide the armor, but it definitely does at least fit even with it.
well, I mean, Serial, if you don't want to go undercover like that with that on, they could say that there's increased security given the what happened at the low light lantern.
We could, I guess. I mean, I am carrying a longsword on my ass too. Actually, now I think about it.
Oh yeah, I mean, you always can put the armor and stuff up for the delivery because it's not like we're just delivering the cast and going back in there at night.
So why aren't we poisoning this cask?
Yeah, but like, be done with it.
Do we have that to knock out that many people?
I am all out of poison from last tavern.
Yeah. We can go by.
We don't know how soon they're going to be drinking.
And we don't know which one they'd be drinking out of. There's 6 of them here. We'd have to guess which one correctly for them to be drinking. Or we have to buy 6 200 gold potions to pour into each one of them.
Okay, fair enough.
It may be a lot to poison a cask, at least with that particular poison. You, Numo, of course, would know there are other poisons if you wanted to go that route. Something that's a little more potent or concentrated that would, do the job if need be. But it still probably would cost, like around 200
The question is,
gold
do we want to kill them or do we want to question them?
That type of kill would be more towards killing them, or at very least making them dreadfully ill.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're just getting him in there so he can get us in there later. That's all we need to do here. So, one or 2 armed guards at the most, and everyone else in uniform. I'd say.
An option.
Yeah.
You guys tell me.
We could fill an entire barrel with Taco Bell, and then they'd be out of commission all night.
Oh my god.
All right. All right.
Hang on, that's actually a good question. In the city, can we find something akin to a really crappy street taco vendor?
Oh.
There definitely surely is. There's lots of low-end restaurants and things like that as far as that goes.
I really think that would be the best thing to do, the worst thing to do.
All right, let's get this. Let's run the road. Who's going into outfits?
Alejandro will put on one of the aprons.
Okay.
Maxwell will as well, but not before noting that we proposed a humane and non-violent, non-arsonist solution, and it was rejected by all and sundry. So when we light this place on fire, they will have no one to blame but themselves.
Let's at least make sure we get everything out of there first. That's important.
We burning it down? Shit, I'm down.
Maybe.
I'm not down.
Why don't we burn everything down?
I'm not down.
You wouldn't let us do the Taco Bell suggestion.
Can we not burn everything down?
Well, it's not my fault that he wants to burn everything down, is it?
I never said it was your fault.
Look, either the villa's getting bombed or the villa's toilets are getting bombed. Your choice.
I don't think filling a barrel with tacos is going to do anything. They're just going to open it and see tacos.
How do you know it won't do anything? Have you ever heard of
it? Drink the tacos.
You hear Vendetta say, "Oh, on that note, I think I'll go ahead and help them with that wagon." And she begins getting things ready for you, as far as that goes. But yeah, within a couple of minutes, she has some of the dock workers help her out. She loads up any barrels that you guys had chosen onto the cart, and gets everything ready. She does, attach a horse to it, and again, it's lowly what do you call that? Like branded. But of course, across the horse itself, it has 2 rather large saddlebags with the Othune logo on it, as well as the actual cart has the Othune logo on it. So it does make you look quite official. And if the three of you, Numa, or well, Maxwell and Alejandro at least, don the kind of like tabard apron and hat or whatever she gives you, you know what I mean? You guys very much look like the rest of the retinue of deliverymen. And you've seen them. Now that you actually see the outfits, like they stand out to you. You've seen these people moving through town before. So it's pretty easy to blend in, as far as that goes. And while she is waiting for everything else to get ready, she actually brings you a slip. And she says, I think these will also be useful as well. I've went ahead and changed the drop-off location. But again, it's as much as I could really do. But yeah, she just more or less gives you the order slip that was for the original casks or whatever to be delivered to Low Lantern. But then has more or less just crossed out Low Lantern and wrote in below it, you know what I mean, due to low damage at Low Lantern, deliver instead to
Van Thamper Villa.
yeah, Van Thamper Villa. It's not as great as maybe what Alejandro can do as far as forging it, but it just kind of says, shipped you here instead, and she's done the best that she could for you.
All right.
All right. And I'll work on a letter saying that I'll work on a letter like, please store these back at the villa and sign it to whatever his name is.
Gotcha. Thank you for the subscribe. Thank you. Prime subs. I love them. Appreciate it. Whoop whoop. Yeah, if you want to, you could absolutely write a more or less a letter in the hand of, thanks to Vendetta being able to show you several of the paperwork too. You could actually write it in the hand from Lorera, the original tavern, owner of the Low Lantern, more or less saying like, because my ship's burnt down, send these to him instead. And it seems to be coming from the owner of the tavern saying, we don't have a place to store them, send it to him, he's the one that paid for it, etc. And kind of fill that out, and it looks very official. That combined with this, it will also provide more or less a writ to get you through the city gates. So like the shipping slip that she had originally gave you, that was the main reason for it. Is not even as much for them, but just to make sure that if you show that and say, hey, I'm delivering it to here, the city guard will not bother you when you make your way through. And she would explain that to you. That'll help get you into the upper city. Nice. But yeah, in tow with the letter that you have, all very well documented. The cart's loaded up. Do you go ahead and put Numo in a barrel? Do you put the gnome in the box?
Consent to being put in the barrel?
He doesn't get a choice.
I'll go in the barrel. No problem there. Who's gonna hold some of my stuff while I because my things that don't fold.
I hold open the bag of holding.
Drop them in.
I hand him my bag. Careful though, there is a bomb in there. Wait. I look at Maxwell. Like, someone else
pause in the middle of casually stuffing it in.
I will take the bomb. No, I will take the bomb.
I can handle it.
We know which one is least likely to blow something up around here.
You think the lack of a pre-made bomb will stop me from blowing something up?
Yes, but it'll make it easier for you. It'll make it easier for you to blow something up. And you will take another drink of alcohol and then blow up something else.
Just to throw it out there.
There you go. Okay, yeah, that's a good choice. That is a good choice.
Yeah, so give it to the guy who started the bar fight, right?
Yeah, but that was the plan.
Just throwing it out there. As far as the bag of holding goes and an explosive, once it's in the bag of holding, not too big of an issue.
Yeah,
Maxwell knowing it's in the bag of holding may be a different story. But yeah, you can easily put whatever stuff. So just for my clarification as DM, what is it that you give to others, so I know what you don't have on you?
I am pretty much gonna do everything that is.
He's gonna be naked.
He doesn't have to be naked.
Well, knowing him, he's going to be
It is
anyway.
another opportunity for you to get naked if you want to. If we're keeping
just-
it running total.
And if you get caught in the villa, all they're going to see is a naked gnome clown crawling out of a barrel.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
that's
a
definitely
naked
gonna raise some
gnome
questions.
clown in here.
Exactly. They're
Right.
never going to believe the report afterwards.
Yeah.
That is also true.
Okay.
He has
So
a point.
I'll equip just daggers because I assume swords won't fit and a bow wouldn't fit.
Okay.
And then everything that is not in this bucket, this bucket worth of things would be the only thing I'm going to keep on me.
Okay.
Basically, oil, crowbar, hacky sack. I don't know why I have a hacky sack.
I mean,
Gotta go
Hey,
with
man.
this.
extra
never know.
confuse the guards. Just start hacky sacking as a naked
Yeah.
clown contortionist crawling out of a
You
wine or
never know.
ale barrel.
When you're going to need a hacky sack, you should always be prepared. Good Boy Scout,
Right.
you know. So essentially, you
Done
just
that.
have your leathers and your daggers on you. Everything else that was in your backpack, you put into his bag of holding for later use.
Yeah, and a few items, like I still got my ball bearings.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, and like that
Okay.
rope.
Cool.
So yeah, I got like 5
so-
things in a bucket, and then daggers.
So you climb into this very small hole. It's hot in there, unfortunately, you know what I mean? Even more so once this cart hits the streets and makes its slow climb to the upper city. But not so hot that it's unbearable or you're dying or anything. Tell you what though, just for fun, let's go ahead and make a con check, just to see, you know, how sweaty
Please
it
don't
gets in
fail
this
it.
barrel. I'm just kind of curious.
Please don't fail that.
We're gonna
Like
check
it's
for,
not
any
you're not on
mechanical
Avernus
failures or-
yet, so it's probably not too
Let's-
bad. But it is the middle of like July, so
Yeah.
all right, a 15. It's hot. You're
Uh.
sweaty. Your clothes are sweaty. Your hair is sweaty, but you know it was made to be breathable in the area that you're in. So you're fine for the most part as far as that goes. He only air sealed the top part, you know. But yeah,
I
you're
should have
good to
stripped you
go.
naked.
Yeah, it's pretty warm in
You
there.
should have.
But other than that, that's about it. But Vendetta says, please,
better, though.
I hope this is at very least a way of repaying you for all that you've done for me. I really do appreciate you guys. I hope to get you know you sometime when we're not rescuing me or whatever that is. But I do appreciate it. Now you know where to find me if you ever need again. Typically, I am either here or close by, so.
Well,
Safe travels, and be careful. I don't trust those Vanthapers, very well. They've done some good for the city, but mostly, their deeds have not been, as good for the small common folk as one would hope.
well, we're not going there because we trust them.
That's fair. But good luck on whatever it is that you're doing, and again, if the unfortunate happens and anything seems to come of this, I don't know who stole the cart.
Good.
And we
Talk
don't
to the
know
back.
where we got the cart from.
Yeah, I bought it from some
Fair
very
enough.
sketchy looking guy over down the street.
But yeah. Otherwise, you guys gonna start making your way straight towards the Vanthaper Villa then?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
we need to go into the Grand Gate.
All right. So, making your way through the city, it is a long and bumpy ride in a very small contorted barrel that you're in, Numo. It is not the most comfortable ride that you've ever taken, but you've probably done worse, I have a feeling. This is not the worst situation he's ever found himself in. But yeah, you make yourself from right around, so let's see, somewhere very close to where the elf song, this right here. So you make
Yep.
your way from there and start heading towards the Vanthaper Villa, which is actually located clear over here.
Rider City. Yep.
Yeah, so you kind of have to make your way through Heapside and make your way most of the way up through the steeps, and then you will come to Baldur's Gate. which would be the most logical, entry point as far as that goes. The original gate that the, town is named after. So as you make your way to the gate, you do see several guards that ask, "Reason for being here?" And after you produce the letter confirming that you are delivering, "Right then, remember to be out before nightfall. Anything other than business that you're taking care of while in the city, keep it to yourselves and make sure not to cause any trouble, and you won't have to deal with us. Move along. I don't know what you're waiting for." He just kind of points along as he moves the next people through. You make your way through the town and finally, lastly, to the Vanthamper Villa. So let me go ahead and drag this back down here. And hopefully we won't screw up. I know, right? Let's see. Seems to be loading real smooth. Like I said, well, now that I've
and now you said it, so now it's not going to do it anymore.
Right? I made some modifications to our layout here, so that shouldn't cause me troubles. But as you arrive, let me go ahead and get rid of the vendetta token there. You would arrive at the front of the establishment. So you would come to more or less this gate right here, I believe. Double check the layout of the house here.
Looks like the front. Maybe. No, is it the back? I can't tell.
All these gates look like awkward.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure that one is the front one.
Yeah.
That would be the front. I just saw that porch on the back, and I wanted to make sure. I think that's a back porch, though, more or less.
Yeah.
I got the.
And there's the big gate, and there's a big gate for the wagon on the left.
Exactly.
Yeah.
One right over there.
So yeah, you make your way up to the front here. Go ahead and switch over real quick to our map screen so everybody can see it better.
Yes, you hear nothing. You're under alcohol.
So yeah, you see that there is, of course, a stable in the back over here. That's pretty easily seen. You see that there are 3 guards, as you approach, that are here, here, and here, and they seem to be moving in a counterclockwise circle around the villa itself until, of course, you approach to the main gate. And as you do, one of the guards breaks away from his rotation and approaches the gate. "Good evening. What can we do for you?"
We are here to deliver the stock from the Low Lantern, which cannot be delivered there anymore. It has already been paid for.
Low Lantern, eh? Yeah, I heard about that. They didn't tell me we was taking in any shipments.
We have this letter from the owner or from the establishment.
Right. May I? And he takes a look at it here. All right. So here is a point where I'm going to let you make a roll for me to see how well this plays out. So in this case, you don't necessarily, I don't think you have like a roll for your forgery kit, do you?
I've got forgery tools.
Does it give you an option to make a roll for that?
It doesn't give you an option, but it's like what he had to do with the wood carving tools.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I tell you what, just go ahead and give me, like a deception or persuasion, whichever you want to go with here, and you can do so with advantage because you've already done the time to lay everything out and all that good stuff. And the DC is pretty low because, I mean, honestly, it's a pretty believable option, but just for the fun of, you never know when things could go wrong, Oh, yeah, you got this.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah. So with the 21, he says, "Well, paperwork all seems to be in order. I just, hell, I don't know where to put it right away. Let me think." And he starts kind of like scratching his head. He says, do you got men to load it? Help carry it in.
I can help.
Right. Come this way. And he actually would, open the gates for you at that point and allow you to come into the courtyard.
Okay.
I would very particularly pick the one up that has Numo in it.
All right, gotcha. Yeah, as far as bringing the cart in, you can bring the cart literally right up to the front there, more or less. And he, also grabs a couple, one of the smaller barrels, and you see him yell at the other two guards. He says, I'll be loading stuff in. You guys keep going ahead without me. I'll catch up in a minute. As they continue their rotation, more or less. Trying to pull open a nice
while
little
I'm
map of
here,
this.
I want to do something real quick just to see.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
would like to use my divine sense to see if I can sense any of the imps in the surrounding area.
Yeah, and as I believe we said, it kind of tells you where they're at if they're not behind cover, correct?
Yep, it tells me exactly their location.
So you definitely sense that there are imps, are infernal creatures, fiends, very specifically in the area, but you are not getting a direct line of sight on any of them. As in, they may be in the house, you know what I mean, something like that. So you're definitely picking up a heavy sense of fiend in the area, but not an exact location, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But this gentleman actually escorts all of you in. Whoever grabs the barrel, I assume everybody else just like helping wheel a barrel or something like that. Does anybody stay with the cart, or does just everybody go ahead, start carrying stuff?
I'll stay with the cart.
Okay.
Move the barrel.
Cart.
All right. So you are brought into the foyer. Apart from the main entrance, this room has two exits. A plaster shelf lined with ornate vases circles the room at a height of 9 feet. Spread across the flagstone floor is a 10-foot wide, 15-foot long rug of exquisite design depicting a royal coronation. Two tapestries hanging on the walls depict a dragon flying over a ship and pilgrims on camels, respectively. So it's got like just reading out what's there. But let me see if I can get this. So you're going to need to go in through the foyer, and he would actually take you through, let's see, 10, 5, and eventually 6.
And to mention, I'm standing at a cart with the one animal I'm actually terrified for.
So yeah, the next area that you guys would be led through, because you're going to kind of get a tour of the whole house right here. So this is going to be a little bit of, forward information so you guys get an idea of the layout. The next room that you would be brought into is this long area, like I said, right here with the long rug. That appears to be the gallery. Black curtains are drawn over the windows to the south, keeping this hall rather dark and cool. Let's see. You would see that there is a elderly man in here that kind of catches by surprise. Oh, sorry. Good. Did I miss something? As he turns around and looks at you, the guard says, I guess Emmerich had the booze from the Low Lantern sent here. They've got the paperwork, so I went ahead and started helping them escort it in. Do you want it in the pantries or the cellar? Oh, I feel the pantry. Oh goodness! As he starts to look at how many is actually there, that there's quite a bit. He says, the pantry I guess shall do for now. Beyond that, I'll have to figure out something to do with it. Goodness. As he starts looking at how much stuff you guys are actually bringing in, because I think it was 4 casks of the small wine and 2 of the large, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Fenrir just sort of looks at it like, well, I mean, if you need it anywhere else, you have the manpower right here to carry it now.
It's a matter of speaking with the missus. I just simply wouldn't know where she would want to put it.
Understandable.
But yeah, he begins kind of, following through as far as all that goes. I'm just trying to make sure I have the whole estate because I didn't expect you guys to come in so quick. At least not this way. All right. Cool.
Oh,
They also have a
yeah,
couple of
because
confusing bits of
you're in
map.
the barrel
But yeah,
because we're inside, but we're not. We're gonna be sneaking
exactly.
back in.
So yeah, so he brings you through here, and then in the next room you would be brought through the kitchens, which is area B5. Get it? So as far as actually the hallway, I'm just trying to make sure to give you as much details as I can in case it helps you plan. As far as the room that you're being brought through, like I said, there is curtains are drawn. The gallery contains an eclectic collection of tapestries, paintings, and alabaster busts on pedestals meant to impress guests. Let's see. The Duke has bought multiple pieces. One thing that would absolutely catch you by surprise. So have any of you? I think Siriel would be the only one that has actually maybe seen the Lamra herself. I don't think any of you have met her yet.
I
But
have, but
as
I'm outside.
that's very true. So what you would notice is that in this hallway, right here, is what appears to be the Lamra Vanthaper, a strong barrel of a woman. I wish I had the artwork. I was trying to pull up the artwork here real quick for her. But very, sturdy woman with muscular arms almost, wearing a half a man's. It's like a pantsuit, very power business type thing. Let me see if I can find a picture because I'd love you guys to see what she actually looks like. There we go. Awesome. All right, I'm not getting the display on BTT thing. What's going on here?
Is that another paid thing?
No, I just think
No,
I
you should
may
be able to
have
just
it
put the link in.
turned off. That was all. I had my Beyond
Mhm.
20 turned off last week. Sometimes I worry there. So should be getting a picture in chat, assuming it works. There she goes.
Ooh.
Okay. So you see this beauty right here, standing quite literally right there, lifelike as can be. But as you almost go to like approach and say hello, you realize that it is perfectly still. No breath, no exhale, no inhale. She has had an exact wax replica of herself built that looks just terrifyingly creepy.
Hmm.
Its eyes seem to almost always kind of find you. It's done with that thing where they, look right at the camera when they take the picture, kind of so the eyes, no matter where you're at, it almost kind of eerily follows you wherever you are. But yeah, there is a full bust wax statue of the Lamra Vanthaber that is sat right there in the corner. But as you move past this creepy thing, looking at all the other busts and tapestries, you're taken in through the kitchen area, which would be the next area right here.
So we just decided we're going to burn down this entire house just because of the wax statue, right?
Kitchen, is what you would assume it to be. There are actually, let's see, I think it's one person that's currently in here cooking as they speak. No, sorry, two actually. So you would see a human female that is currently in the process of cooking, and then next to her there is a younger looking one. So the first woman looks to be maybe in her 50s. The second woman that you would see is probably no more than 18 or 19. That seems to more or less be doing prep work with her, while the older one more or less is coaching and telling her what to do. And then you are led to this area, right? You know what? Actually, they would probably go and say, "Well, let's go and stick them here, I guess." So you would see as they kind of peek in this room here, you see the pantry, and realize it's pretty well stocked. So instead, he takes you to this door, where you are just kind of meant to set them up here in this open area, but you do see a stairwell leading down at this specific location. So you're able to just bring them in here, set them down, and start unloading them. But, once you drop off the crates, of course, the guard stays with you the whole time. The cook would probably have been the one to say, the pantry's quite full. I don't know why you're bringing in more. They always have so much. Oh, goodness. And kind of point you to, put them in there, on the stairwell heading down to the cellar. We'll have one of them take it down when we get the chance, or whenever we speak with the missus and figure out where to put it. But yeah, they just kind of tell you to put it right there in the hallway, but you do find the stairwell that leads to a lower level at least. And then the guard would stay with you until you are done depositing the goods and make sure that you're exiting the house. Right then, is that all of it?
I believe so.
You've emptied the cart, yeah. Between the two of you, him and between him and you guys can kind of wheel the bigger, heavier barrels. The smaller ones can pretty easily be carried by individuals or whatever. But as you get to make your way through the house, is there anything else that you do? Do you try to take any detours or any of that stuff, or just take the same route back through?
How attentive is the guard?
He's being quite attentive. Like he's doing his job, so he's keeping an eye on you as you're standing there. I mean, it might be one thing to slip something into your pocket, you feel, but definitely like if you left the group, he would probably say something, unless distracted.
Hmm. I mean, if we are thinking of grabbing something, we can do that later on.
It's true. At very least, one thing that you were able to see, if it's in of anything, is there are a couple of windows leading into the kitchen. There does not seem to be anywhere the actual barrels that you brought in are being stored. You did see a couple of windows here. Of course, there were windows here with heavy drapes and a door leading off the back that you would have seen. Also, in the main hall, you would have saw the stairwell heading upstairs. But just as far as points of ingress later, and you can kind of get a good perspective as to where those may be. I would actually go as far as to say that when you walk past this area here, these doors would probably just be open, and you would have actually got to see in there as well. And there is a just kind of like a glimpse, more or less, as you walk past. There was a very large dining table with high back chairs and a fireplace, and there were several windows in there as well. But yeah, you have a few places that you at least got to see a little bit of the inside of the house as you make your way through. But yeah, the guard definitely stays with you.
Yeah, as we sort of pass that statue again, I want to take as close a look as I can real quick. Just as like to see like it to pick up any sort of
it's a creepy ass statue.
Yeah, if it is like just a normal statue or not, sort of thing.
Oh
if
yeah,
it's just, like,
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, as you make your way back through,
she doesn't move much.
With a 22 perception, as you kind of stop and look at it a little bit and take a closer peek, he says, "Trust me, I know the damn thing gives me the willies. It's a bit weird to have a full-size sculpture of yourself. Bad enough that it looks so real-like, doesn't it? Either way, best move along here." Kind of keeps you going, but while in that brief moment you have where you and him kind of stop and take a moment to ponder this thing, it is just a wax statue, but it is very lifelike as far as that goes. Also, I tell you what, let me take a look at everybody's passives while I got it out here. 13. 14 for Serial, but she's outside. Vanrol, you probably also would have noticed. Vanrol 14 and Alejandro with a 13. As you made your way through the kitchen, also, as you kind of walked past this main little area right here, I'm not even sure what that is. Maybe some sort of like a trash can or a table of some sort. There was a rather large tressum. Which, if you don't know what a tressum is, it is essentially a cat. But let me go ahead and give you a
a kitty cat. Fire.
Get you guys an image.
So with all the liquor that's in that house, that would be making good for a good bonfire.
Yeah. Okay.
Spelled rather weird.
Yeah, the last thing I'd probably want to ponder would be the windows in the kitchen, the size of them, and if they look like they could open or not.
Absolutely. So the windows in the hallway and windows in the hallway, dining room, and in the kitchen. all definitely seem to be the size that a person could fit through, as far as that goes. They, do seem to have some sorts of latches on them, but you're not sure as far as to how hard those will be to, deal with
Yeah.
at a later point in time. But here is the image. It's probably not the best image I could have found, but this is what D&D Beyond had. So a tressum, it essentially looks like a rather large Persian cat. But on the back of the cat, as it's lying there curled up, half sleeping, and this thing is fat. I mean, it's a big pudgy cat, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So think of the biggest fat Persian cat, that's kind of like got that grumpy bulldog face. But along its back, kind of curled up around it, almost keeping it warm in a nice little shell, are mix of feather and fur as it has wings attached to its back. But you would have definitely noticed that as well, as you're making your way through.
All right.
Just thought I would make good mention of it because it's definitely something that would have like stood out to you. Very specific here. Let me see. It's actually even kind of like gnarled and a little bit, busted looking. Let me see if I can. I don't know if this will let me post this in the chat. But anyway, please continue while I'm seeing where I can post it.
I
Let's see
think
if I can post it for the chat.
anyone else got anything for inside?
I'm just standing at the back of the cart. I'm totally fine outside.
There you go. I went ahead and dropped a link in there for you guys out in the chat. The image that it pulls up there, the rather sizable kitty cat there.
They're looking so fluffy. I want one.
Yeah. This one looks a little haggard. You know what I mean? It's seen better days, of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
but
with that kind of family, shit, I'll bring it home and fucking feed it and bring it back to health. I'll kidnap it.
actually,
Oh no. Oh no.
Wrong layout.
Not gonna go well. Good thing you don't know about it yet.
Yeah.
Oops. Yep, that's
Best
what you guys
friend
would
is,
see
I'm
on the
outside
way
with a
through.
horse.
Yep.
She is
Yes,
afraid
you
of
are.
horses.
But yeah,
That's why
you
she
guys
has a
are
mule.
then led back outside. And once he doesn't let you really linger too long as
Yep.
far as that goes. He would make sure to quickly help you guys load up
Yeah.
whatever you had taken off the cart, get back on the cart, and then make your way back outside of the gate.
What are the height of the walls?
As far as the walls on the outer side goes, so let's see, the courtyard. We're just going to go ahead and say that those are 12 foot high stone walls that enclose the entire villa. Lanterns hang along the wall's interior that you would see wouldn't be lit at the moment, but would probably be lit after dark to keep the courtyard illuminated. And the walls feature 3 wooden gates, the main entrance and the coach gate to the south, as well as a postern gate to the north.
Anyone else says anything?
Nope.
Not for now.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, not at the moment.
If you guys want, it is now 10:24, so it's a great chance for us to go ahead and take a quick break if you want to, while you guys think about how to proceed with this situation going forward. We'll try and keep it to a tight, 10, 15 at most, our usual 15-minute
Yeah.
break. But yeah, we'll try and get back at it. This way we don't take too long. I know we started like 10, 15 minutes late there. But this would be a good opportunity for us to do this before we go inside. So first off, I want to say thank you to Goony Bones from chat for sending everybody advantages. Absolutely incredible. Really appreciate it. Rediro, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, thank you for your 2-month subscription. You gave second month, you use your Prime sub. Those are super appreciated. Subscriptions are something that we definitely need to be bringing up right now. So if you have the opportunity and you got a Prime sub that you're not using, please throw it our way. We love them. If you have the opportunity, go ahead and subscribe. I always tell people, if it's your first time here, make sure that you follow the channel. If it's your 4th time here, why don't you have a sub yet? Screw those ads. We don't need them. Go ahead and get rid of the ads and subscribe. Anyone else that has the opportunity, make sure to head over to our Ko-Fi shop during the break. See all the cool stuff that you can buy for the characters or their enemies. Maybe you want to help the Van Thampers. Maybe they have a sinister ally along with them. Sinister allies. You like those, kitty. Right? Everybody in the group, yeah, they want they want those. They said they don't need the help with them. But yeah, go over and check out the Ko-Fi shop. Not only does that help, you guys add some cool elements to the game, but it really does support the stream so that we can keep doing this. And we all really appreciate it. That's what pays for our Roll20 sub, our D&D Beyond sub, the lights, the bandwidth, all that stuff. So we're going to go ahead and take our quick break. We will be back here at approximately 10:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That'll give us about 15 minutes. And give you guys time to grab a snack, use the restroom, do what you got to do, and check out the Ko-Fi shop. But we will be back momentarily, guys. Hang tight.
Wasn't done eating, but hey.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for giving us a few minutes there. I know we went a couple of minutes over. We were discussing tactics. Our group is trying to figure out now how to get back to their gnome that they've dropped off inside of the, I don't even know what the hell you call that. The Viper Pit, I guess would be a good option. But yeah. Either way, welcome back everybody to our Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus game here on Tabletop Down. My name is Kevin, or aka It's So Sublime. I'm your storyteller this evening, GM. And we have just dropped off our gnome, disguised, hidden inside of a false compartment inside of a barrel in the Van Thamper Villa. And now our group seeks to try and wait till nightfall so that they can spring into action and try to get into where the gnome should be able to easily let them inside. But yeah, we're going to pick back up off there. First off, again, I do just want to say, again, thank you to everyone that's subscribed during this stream. I want to thank you to everyone that's donated during the stream through using the Ko-Fi shop. I'm sure these players will make good use of those advantages in the next coming few sections. But let's not take too much time. Let's jump right back into it. So you guys were discussing a few ways to what was it? Confuse the guards and disguise yourselves, I think.
Yeah, so Alandra's probably our best with disguise self then.
Yes. What he could do is we can go back, grab his clothes. Alejandro could get into his outfit, disguise self as him, and they pull all three of the guards to the front gate as the rest of us get in through the building to the back, and then if his disguise holds up, he could probably just walk into the building after.
I'd say he doesn't have to get the clothes. Disguise self includes clothing as well.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah. It's
Perfect.
illusionary, so if he gives himself an illusionary giant hat and then the guard happens to go to touch it, his hand will go right through. So
yeah, that's what I mean.
Thankfully, I wear a large hat.
Well, that's also the converse. If you disguise self and you don't have your large hat, and you don't look like you have your large hat on, he may go to like salute or something, slap an invisible hat, and then notice something's up. You may have to lose the hat.
Distance is handy when it comes to using that spell.
No.
No.
All right.
But to be fair, if you can use disguise self, it would be the best solution to get us all inside.
I will just make sure the disguise has a hat incorporated into it.
All right.
I hope
question I have
wears a hat.
is you guys
The other
do
upside.
have... Oh, sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say, since it sounds like we might get a long rest in time. Disguise self, you can go up a foot or down a foot. Maxwell uses that himself. He can go all the way down to only looking like he's 1 foot tall. I could do disguise self and look like a 1 foot tall stuffed animal or doll of some kind. Stick it on the back of RoboPup. Our disguised bard will just say, "Oh yes, I purchased this new robot companion from some weird ass artificer in the market district, and it came with a free stuffed toy." And then that's how him and I get in, which reduces the number of people we got to sneak in.
Well, I mean, if all the guards is the front gate, we just climb over the back wall.
Exactly.
Yeah, we need to just figure out how I get over the back wall. Thank you very much.
I can pick you up and get you on top of the wall.
I don't know how I feel about being picked up like that.
Well, do you want to stay on the other side of the wall?
No.
Well, there you go.
Why am I calling all the guards to the gate?
You can, say that you've returned.
Telling you saw someone shady looking about at front gate.
How about I say, no. I am furious because my bar has been burnt down. Someone is out to get me. I want the guards on an extra special alert tonight because on the outside of the villa, because I'm worried that someone was going to try and infiltrate.
That, or you also could say that you believe you're being followed, and this person that's following you was right outside a moment ago, and you go with them to see if you can find them.
That'd work.
Okay.
And demand all three follow.
Yeah, because you could.
Yeah, this guy does sound like he's used to getting his way.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll be on the top right corner right there with the wagon, using it to climb over.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
It's good.
Well, my big question is, you guys do have about 8-9 hours, somewhere in that ballpark, to try and kill. Nemo, you have 8 to 9 hours to sleep in a barrel, or a very small space in the bottom of a barrel. Unless you decide to pop out early and do a little exploring of your own, that's up to you, of course. But yes, you guys do have a little while to spend, so I'm more curious as to how you spend the next 9 hours.
I'm mentally preparing to be touched by our paladin.
You licked my wing, you shush up.
You don't know that, so shut up.
There have to be establishments around here that we could hang out, like taverns or something like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There are a large number of taverns and things like that. There is actually a large number of vendors and taverns. And as far as like the I know you guys kind of discussed like a long rest, etc. As long as you guys aren't doing anything strenuous, so like shopping, I am more than fine with shopping or visiting a tavern as part of that long rest. As far as that goes, so you guys came through Baldur's Gate. There's 3 gates up in the upper city. There is Baldur's Gate. There is the Basilisk Gate, which is all the way to the north, and then there's the Cliff Gate, which I believe is on the left side. But all the way in between there's a large number of places between Brampton, Eastway, etc., that you can go to explore. You have taverns. You've got a busy market. I actually want to say the Wide is actually part of the upper city for some reason, but I can't swear that. But yeah, there's a lot of different locations that you can go to. Baldur's Mouth, which is the local news, the local rag magazine. That's where most of your criers come from. There's the Blade and Stars, Comfortable Inn. Let's see, Blushing Mermaid, another inn. Yeah, lots of different places as far as that goes. The Counting House, in case you need to do any financials. Candle Hollow's funeral arrangements. Let's see, Eastway Expeditions, which is seems to be an explorer and dungeon delving gear shop. Let's see, and that's wait, actually, I might be in the wrong section here. Some of those might I started to cross into the lower city as well. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, there's lots of different places that you can go. What is it that you're actually looking for? You got a lot of Patriarch Manors, like I said, the news rag.
I would say that was, at least for Van Riel, he'd pull the wagon a little bit out of the way, so it's not right next to Villa, and actually sort of camp up in the back of it for a little while, and pull out a deck of cards while I was sort of waiting, so no one actually takes the wagon.
Oh, you want to play card games?
No, I mean, if you'd like to join, he sort of just starts putting them down.
So where is it that you're parking? Sure. Just out of curiosity, where is it that you're parking it?
I would say like maybe a block or 2 down near probably near a stable, if there's one up this way.
Yeah. There's a couple of different places around here, and like I said, the streets are pretty busy for the most part. As long as you're not on like one of the main thoroughfares, like blocking a street, I don't think anyone will bother you.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of different places here. You have the High Hall, of course, which is the kind of city hall that's used here. This is the main offices and where any announcements or large things are done. Couple of different temples, including the High House of Wonders, which is a large temple to Gond. But a bunch of different taverns things. I don't want to go into each of them. I'm just trying to point out anything that might be of interest to you. But yeah, you guys can do a little shopping or any relaxation. There's a place called Three Old Kegs, which is a tavern that you can visit. Yeah, lots of different places.
I'll go to. Why don't I go to the tavern and then I'll get us all some lunch, and I'll bring it back, and then we can eat while we play cards.
I would like to go purchase a ladder.
A ladder? Okay.
I like the idea.
A 10-foot ladder. It turns out they're 1 silver. I don't know why we didn't think of this earlier.
It's simple, but it might just work.
It's just so crazy.
That's funny. Yeah.
The latter.
So
Forgot they existed.
yeah, now taking a kind of a look at it here, it seems like for the most part, most of these places that's listing are like either patriarch houses, cathedrals, or like the actual like city hall or city watch, etc. But there is the wide. So the wide, aptly named for a large, wide open set area of town where there are a lot of vendors. Those of you that would know is that it is literally a place that kind of, fills up every morning and then clears out at night. There's kind of a sound ordinance rule in the upper city. A curfew where everything has to be quiet. And even as you approach the wide, where you typically approach any of the other like bazaars, there's minstrels playing and things like that. People doing street performances. There is none of that in the wide. It is kind of an upscale class. This is your farmer's market, right? Like they don't even allow bards to play during the day because it's a disturbance of the peace. But there is everything that you can imagine in the wide as far as vendors. All surrounding a large statue of Minsk and Boo, that is directly, right in the middle of the city, or in the middle of the wide. But yeah, you can easily find a ladder in that area, as far as that goes. Is there anything else that you're kind of looking for at the moment, or?
Make sure to cover. Is there anything else we might need?
Paint?
Did you say paint?
Well, if we're walking around the city with a ladder, it would make sense if we're walking around with paint, because we would be painters.
I have a bag of holding.
Oh, the ladder.
Yeah,
okay.
The ladder would definitely fit in the bag of holding.
That is a pretty fair option. Well, let's see. There is, and as far as Alejandro goes, when looking for a place to grab some food, there is a place called the Three Old Kegs, named for the sign, 3 lashed together barrels hanging on a pole. It is is popular with current and retired members of Flaming Fists. So you'd see a lot of like Flaming Fist soldiers that seem to take their lunches and breaks here. But it does serve hearty meals and a variety of good quality but inexpensive wines, beers, and all that stuff. Seems pretty calm as far as all that goes. And then there is also, trying to find the name of it here, the Helm and Cloak, which would be a place that maybe might catch your interest a little bit more. Unusual mixture of well-heeled but unpretentious patriarchs, traveling nobles, famed bards, and socially ambitious lower city residents hoping to rub shoulders with the elite. So it's just more or less an inn that you see probably has a bigger crowd than the other location. But mixed in amongst those, you see a lot of noses stuck in the air. People that are trying to look important or be next to those who do. But yeah, you can easily grab some quick meals and stuff like that. That's easy enough to do.
Actually, I want to go to the 3 kegs.
Okay.
And I want to go inside. I'll get like some like bread, cheese, meat,
all right,
stuff that I can take together a quick lunch. But I want to listen to see if I can pick up any rumors or anything that's going on about the Coulters.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you want to go ahead and give me a perception and or insight, that would be a good way to go there.
Okay. Let's see, perception is better. $15.
Okay.
I got a 15.
All right, I'm just double checking to see if they had anything listed here, but definitely amongst the information, you would definitely overhear some of the Flaming Fists mention that they're not sure what's going on, but somebody of importance has come into the city. It seems to be kept hush hush, but I've heard some word on the dock concerning Flaming Fist and a ship from Port Nyanzaru that arrived today. I don't know what it contained or who it contained, but several of the dock workers were paid off to keep quiet, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it to make sure it's nothing concerning to us. Would be one rumor that you would end up overhearing. The second rumor that you would end up overhearing is one other Flaming Fist speaking to one of the city watches. I'm sure that Lorelra burnt down the Low Lantern herself. Seems like a collection job to gather insurance money. And then mixed in amongst that, you would probably also hear, I don't know what's happened of late, but I've had less corpses showing up in the morning. Seems as if, guess murderers are getting bored or busy or something. But seems like it's been a little quieter within the last week or so. But yeah, that's really about all that you catch. Just, a little bit about, of course, you guys know, since taking out the vast majority of the cultists, they have had less to deal with as far as that goes, the low lantern situation. But the one that might have stood out to you is that somebody came in from Port Nyanzaru. If you want to give me a history check, I would say as a bard, go ahead and do so with advantage since you know a lot of stories. This is kind of right up your alleyway as far as knowing things.
Oh, that's nothing.
Oh, well, good thing you have advantage. And
That's nothing.
It doesn't sound super familiar to you. Like, you know that you've heard that name tied to a location before, but you are not sure exactly where it is or what it is, but it must be somewhere by water. You know what I mean? But, you'd remember the name Port Nyanzaru as far as remembering it for later questioning if you choose to. But it seems that someone of at least some mild import, someone or something of mild import has come in, and it was being asked to be kept hush hush.
all right.
But
All
yeah,
right, I bring the food back to everybody. I bring the food back to the cart.
yeah, I was going to say, other than that, you realize that the bar seems to be ran by three what appears to be brothers that are collectively referred to in Hush as the three old toads. And when you see the man that actually serves you your meal, you realize is because these are, older gentlemen covered in warts. They seem to, look like they've had a pretty rough younger life, but have made well of themselves in their older years. But yeah, they kind of like pot-faced and warted, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. But yeah, that's really about all you pick up.
Gotcha.
Returning back, everybody can get a good rest in, spend their time relaxing. You have acquired a ladder and have fixed it to the side of your cart, or sat it in the cart, whatever you want to say, to make it look as if it's part of the collective materials used. I guess everybody else has time to eat and do what they want. Numo, do you just stay in the bottom of the barrel?
So I guess like part of my question is how I would know when to get out of the barrel.
That is a good question. So typically you could roll survival to get a rough estimate of the time of day it is. That would be something that I could do, or even necessarily wisdom. I could be persuade since survival is more or less using your surroundings to know what time of day it is. You could say wisdom is just estimating roughly how long it's been, or even investigation maybe. So I'd be okay with either of those options.
Okay, I think I'm gonna like try just counting to 1,000. I don't know, 5 times or so. See how that works.
Fair enough.
I guess that would be more. I'll just call it survival, I think.
Okay, yeah, but the 12, you know roughly how long it's been. I'd say probably, especially being stuck in a barrel, you'd probably get a little frustrated and cramped. So you might wait like 8 hours instead of 9. maybe even 8.5. But you know it's been at least 8 hours, and the sun should be setting soon. Um, you know, so it's probably around that time by the time that you get to it. But yeah, the main question was just whether or not you try to come out any earlier or later or not. Of course.
Yeah, I mean, like, as even if it was like 6 hours, like as long as it's dark, I think I'd just poke out.
Okay. So yeah, yeah,
it's like hot and stuffy in there.
absolutely. It's very hot, very cramped, and very unpleasant. But
Why does
as
this have to
you
be so well made? I'm
curiosity,
so
how
thirsty.
does this barrel open? Does it open from the side? Does he have to lift the barrel off of him and it open from the bottom? You know what I mean?
It would open from the side because it's like half full of ale. So if he had to try to lift it to get out, that's
what
a
I was
recipe for
wondering.
disaster.
It might be a little bit hard for the gnome. But yeah, okay. So yeah, you can easily flip the switch from the inside that unlocks it, and it hinges open at one of the seams that would have been unnoticeable. And taking your first initial peek out, if you could go ahead and give me a stealth roll, sir.
Okay. Should be okay at these, except for that, which I think I'm gonna use an advantage for.
Okay. You don't like sevens? Sevens are great, but if you want to go ahead and use that advantage, by all means.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it might be the DC, but I think it's worth a reroll.
trade a 7 for a 17. Chat, you guys are helping them out too much. Can I get a couple of advantages or maybe a spell
No.
scroll in there?
I
We're still recovering from the owlbear you got.
Yeah, and the hellhound that nearly killed me, like nearly like one shot me.
Yeah, that's also
exactly it. I mean, I didn't
Remember the
take
owlbear?
the healing elixir, whatever. But yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah,
So with a 17, you quietly click this open. You do find that you're kind of opening it up into a back corner of this room here. So I will go ahead and actually take your character token. We'll place it right there. Speaking of which, for everybody else later, I'll go ahead and move you guys down towards the front gate. And if you want to move your tokens later, that's fine. So you guys are on there and can show me where you're going to be.
Oh
But yeah, so let's see. So Numo, you pop open right here. That is your current location. As you do, it seems very quiet. You can feel a cold draft, and even the smell. From where you're at, you would actually smell like a bit of a cold draft coming up. Feel a bit of a cold draft coming up from the stairs below. And strangely enough, you smell almost a kind of sandalwood incense that seems to be heavy in the air when you're close to that area. It definitely has a very strong smell of, what you've smelled many a times when you walk into different temples or even, some of the, maybe if you've ever been to a noble home, some of them may use certain fragrances to try and make things smell better, but definitely something that like temples, you would smell incense burning, and that seems to be the smell. But yeah, other than that, you seem to be alone in this area. It seems to be quiet. And you're not hearing anyone even from the room coming out to your side here.
Most curious. But I think the important part is getting my reinforcements to be able to come in. So I think I want to find windows that I can open, but I don't see any windows in this room. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
I'm in like a little pantry or stairwell. I think I would try my luck going upstairs to see if I can pop a second story window open.
it's downstairs. That's the basement.
It only goes downstairs?
Yeah, that set of stairs that you are looking at here actually only goes down.
Okay, I see. Then Oof. I think I have to try the door and see what's in this other room. I'm gonna try to carefully peek.
So yeah, with the 17 that you rolled, you can easily pop the door a little bit, eke it open very slowly, and take a look inside into the kitchen itself. From what you can tell, you're not seeing anyone. You can see that, and now I will also go ahead and say, since you've been in here for like 8 hours and you've been able to hear things, when they first brought you in and dropped you off, you heard for a little while conversations between what sounded like to be an older woman and a younger woman discussing food preparation, meals. The older woman seeming to keep telling her, you know, later after dinner, I want to make sure you clean up the dishes, and make sure to go ahead and scour the plates very good. Thalamra last time was complaining that her plates weren't clean enough, etc. So you've heard them talking earlier and haven't for about an hour or so. I'd say by this point you probably, you even heard dishes of around 6 o'clock. Ended about 7 o'clock, and you haven't heard anything for like the last hour or two. You also probably intermittently, especially around what seemed to be mealtime, would have heard an older gentleman as well, very slow speaking, almost kind of stammering his words, but which plates do I need to take and where do they go? Is this one for Thirstwell? Will Amric not be joining us tonight? Oh, okay, right then. But anyway, like you've heard people in the meantime. So as you take a look into the kitchen now, you do not see anyone, but I want you to go ahead and give me a perception check anyway.
Okay. And before I commit to the room, I am gonna take a swig of some of the wine, I'm in a barrel of wine, just to cool off a bit, and then.
Oh, yeah. as you come out, you're just open, dripping with sweat.
Well, at least he's extra slippery, I guess.
Yeah, you just almost like birthed out of the back of this barrel.
Right.
Wet, pasty, and just.
I'm also. You're welcome. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna put the casket at the top of the stairs too, like point it there, so when it just leave the tap open on it, so that way it just slowly leaks down the stairwell and maybe like a slipping hazard if someone was to come up that way.
Awesome. Okay.
What is
so
wrong?
Yeah, you gather yourself a good drink of it yourself. Cool yourself off. Take a moment before moving in too much further, and at that point, then turn the barrel to where it faces down towards the stairwell and kind of slowly crack it open so it leaks down the stairs. Yeah. All right,
just like a little slow drip, something that looks natural enough, like one of the people who brought it in could have, not like it's intentionally propped up the stairs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like someone could have just put it there and it started leaking.
Yeah, and it does too. It's easy enough to make it look like that. You just kind of half turn the little knob that it has associated or put on it. I will give inspiration right now to anyone that can tell me what the hole is on a barrel called.
Bung.
It is. That is it. It is the bung hole. That is where that phrase came from. But yeah. So yeah, you loosen the little spout there a little bit and let it start leaking down the stairs with a natural 20 for 21 on your perception check. Taking a look into this room, you see that still perched on the same, well, actually it's kind of moved at this point to a slightly higher shelf and seems to be hanging out up there is the Tressum. That you haven't seen yet, but you would see that large kind of gaggly looking fat cat. It has half of one of its ears missing and wings that seem to be like pressed against its body like a pigeon, you know what I mean? Kind of tucked in, that drape down its back. I don't know if this is something you'd ever seen before. They're not super uncommon, like people have them as pets, so like you might have seen one You know, I mean, mostly something noble families, you know, may have enough to possess because they are kind of, you know, harder to care for. But yeah, you would see that there is a rather large tressum sitting on the shelf.
I've at least seen cats before, so this is more or less not too weird. Um, kind of looking at it. Is it like looking at me? Does it seem to care?
Yeah, it has not seemed to notice you yet. As you
Okay.
did this at this point, you just kind of peeked the door open, as you said, and was taking a look in. It has not noticed you yet.
Okay. I will commit to the room. I'm gonna. Let's see. I don't know. I guess I'll go for all windows here. This window, I'm gonna crack open each one,
Okay.
but I'll be watching to see if the cat takes notice of me.
All right. Are you keeping stealth as you kind of go through this process, or just going for it?
Okay. I mean, I'm not necessarily trying to hide from this animal if it doesn't look threatening.
Okay. At least at the moment, it still doesn't seem to notice you. You can actually even hear a heavy purr, kind of coming from it, and it seems to be passed out. On that lower stand right below it, you see that there is a bowl there that seems to be rather emptied at this point, and inside of it, you actually see like bits of meat, where this cat has been pretty well fed and it's taking its after dinner nap. So at very least at this point, it still hasn't noticed you, even as you commit to the room and start to make your way in. But heading to those windows, you see that they do have pretty much a simple latch system that you can pop locks and they slide right open.
Okay. I'm going to undo the latch on each one and just kind of like crack them a little bit. Maybe just stick like a scrap of I guess bread in the jamb of each window so it won't close back when the wind blows.
Oh yeah, there's lots of different things in here too. There's forks and spoons and silverware and knives and all of those things that you could use. Um, as far as all that. So yeah, there's plenty of things you could use to prop a window open. Um, to leave it a little bit ajar.
Yeah, I just don't want it like too noticeably ajar from the outside. People on the inside will probably notice it. If there was like still food scraps here, I might just if it looks something like what was already in the bowl, I might just add to the pile there. Still being quiet, not to make noise.
This is for the cat, not for yourself.
Yeah. No,
gotcha.
I'm not taking his food.
No, I just you said something about the food. I didn't know, but either way, yeah, there is still some leftovers that are kind of left out, you know, from the night's meal. For the most part, everything has been cleaned up, but there are still a couple of things left sitting out on the counters as far as that goes. And as you go ahead and grab a couple of them and throw them in the cat's bowl, at this point, the cat does notice you. It takes a second. You kind of see it do that big long stretch that they do, and then it kind of pads it a little bit. Its wings almost furl out, and you realize that its width, you know, triples in width as it kind of stretches itself out real long and opens its bird-like wings. And you get a long meow, like kind of yawn out of it. And as it's licking its lips and kind of looks down at its bowl, hearing that sound, it notices you and then kind of freezes for a moment. And you hear a as it starts just kind of looking at you like, I don't know this man.
I just like whisper at it like hello, whatever you are, and it's okay, no need to worry. I pick up some food scraps off the counter again, and I start like juggling it to get its attention. Like, oh look, you want the food? And then I drop some of it in its bowl.
Yeah, definitely. If you could, sir, give me an animal handling check, and because you used food specifically, you can do so with advantage. You guys got these? Oh god. Oh god.
Jesus.
You have
That
stepped
is-
on its tail.
So yeah, that is a 3 and a 2. In case you guys
pissed
can't
off the
see
kitty
that
cat.
out there in chat.
Don't
So-
do it.
I used the chat advantage for the wrong one.
I was about to say. So yeah, it actually seems to get a little more irritated. So amidst the you start to hear a as it kind of backs up, it scoots a little bit and starts bumping a couple of things off the shelf as it tries to move away from you a little. It doesn't seem real thrilled that you're in there, and you definitely do see like probably like a jar that had a couple of like beans in it or something like that go to fall off the shelf.
Okay. Plan
You're in trouble.
B. Run in, run into this shelf, knock it off, like knock all the stuff off it to make it look like the cat did it. Or I forget what it is.
Yeah, the
Tressum.
Or
Yes.
whatever. Tressum.
Tressum.
And I'm going to like essentially
Go back to the
go
barrel.
into this room as quickly as I can.
Oh.
I mean, hoping it's empty. Like I might, as far as like how quick.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay,
Yeah, I got to create the diversion, so not that quick, so a little quick.
Gotcha. So you go ahead and just knock off, as soon as you see it, knock off one jar. You just kind of like, oh shit, swipe a little bit more off the shelf.
Typical cat behavior
to kind
too,
of
man.
knock it over, and then run into that room there, as a means of trying to hide. So you do so easily, and as you kind of dart into that room, pull the door closed behind you, and stop for a second to see if anything's happened, you do actually start to see that in the room that you are in, these seem to be the servants' quarters, and being later in the evening, you do see that there are at least one woman that is currently in here at the moment. I would actually go as far as to say even a older woman and what seems to be a let's see, I'm trying to think of who else would be in here at this point in time. God,
The old butler guy.
You know what? I thought about that. Like, I almost feel like he's just that guy that's always just around. Like,
Oh yeah, always
God
awake.
knows where he's at. He's just always awake doing something. So yeah, so you see a woman that seems familiar to the sound that you heard in the kitchen. And you would also see a older individual, not necessarily old, but older, maybe 40s, 50s. Seems to have a rough, kind of grizzled beard, kind of scraggly hair, and is like one hand is laying out. He is out. He doesn't move at all. He doesn't budge, and you can kind of see that he has more or less rough hands. Still a little bit dirt still under the nails. You figure maybe a groundskeeper of sorts. And those are the only two that you see. But as you hear the crash come from behind you as you close the door, you do see that the woman, let's see.
Oh my god.
Roughly in her 30s, maybe 40, kind of jolts awake with still sleep in her eyes, wearing a nightcap. Oh God! What's happened? Oh! And she kind of like, you see her opening her eyes one at a time, and then they kind of both open. She's definitely foggy. You feel like you might have a moment there. What do you do?
I kind of there's one guy that's still asleep, right?
Yeah. So that guy is here, and he is out cold. No or actually, you know what? Yeah, no, that would be him. So like, yeah, he's here, no shits to give. He doesn't even notice it. The woman that you are dealing with is right here, and she does seem to take, notice. She jumps up, like, kind of starts looking around and like touching at the air as she's still clearly half asleep. But oh dear, who's that? Oh, but her eyes are taking a minute to open, so you have like a split second to react, but that's about it.
Yeah, I kind of whisper to her that there's a problem with the cat in the other room. That the animal, it's gone crazy. It needs you need to feed it or something. And I'm going to like try to sneak out this window. If she just like looks away for a second, I'm just gonna jump out of it.
Jump out the window.
Oh no!
I will let you roll this for me. I'm gonna need a D100 roll first off, and I will let you choose high or low.
High or low?
I want to go for low.
It's good. It's gonna be one of the time. It's gonna roll almost 100.
Yeah, damn near 100. Interesting. So I will. What's your passive? Let me see here. I'm gonna try to be nice as I can.
11.
11, not super high, but I think it's high enough. So I will give you the benefit. And as you say, I think it's the cat. It's gone mad. It needs fed. Something to that effect. Her eyes, like I said, still half kind of barely open. Slobber chops. Wait, who are you? You see her almost like shake her head to try and figure out, like, wait, I don't recognize this voice at all. And then you go to, like, as she kind of like starts rubbing her eyes to get a better look, that's the moment you break it for the window. It is closed. Do you still go out the window? That was the 50% chance whether the window was cracked for a night breeze or if you're just gonna burst through the glass. You know what I mean? So I think with an 11, that's enough to notice like the window is closed. You know what I mean? So that's fair. But do you still go for the window?
Yeah. I mean, I assume she's got to rub her eyes for at least a second longer than it takes to just undo the latch and slide open the window and step out. Even if she sees me, I guess I'd be okay with that.
Definitely give me stealth.
I assume she sees me now.
And I know this is your good roll, but since you talked to her and everything else, we're gonna say stealth with disadvantage.
Okay, I'm gonna roll that a second time for disadvantage.
13 and a 9. Okay. She's gonna be at disadvantage too, so.
My goal was to open windows, right?
Oh, you got so lucky.
That was the plan.
You rolled a 6. She rolled a 15 and a 1.
And a 1.
So, like, as she's still rubbing her eyes, you have plenty enough time to get over, get the window, just quickly open it, and out the window. Just, shoop, gone. It definitely makes a little bit of noise. Anyone else that was in the room would have, if they were paying attention, they would have noticed it. But the man seemingly does not move at all. This is the guy that works his ass off all day. He's fucking out. He doesn't give no shits. And she is just not awake enough to understand. But you definitely, hear her go, what the hell? Is there someone there? Hello?
Was that a clown?
What the?
Was that a clown?
Was that a clown? Oh God, I must be dreaming. And she kind of like, seems to rub her head a little bit. It seems to have went unnoticed for the moment. But now you're out in the courtyard.
Where the guards are patrolling.
Guards are making laps around the building. So we'll just go ahead and throw a few of them around here. So if you guys want to take a look at the map, there's a couple of guards patrolling around the area, more or less one right where you're at about that time. As you come out the window, stealth was to get out the window in a hurry. Let's see. What is your actual stealth score?
It is +5.
+5. I will use that to help me set the difficulty for whether or not the attentive guard notices once you come outside. You're kind of falling into a set of bushes outside the window that aren't necessarily on the map, but 14. Okay. So, this is the time when all of you guys, which side of the building do you approach? Were you guys planning, you were commanding the back corner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alejandro
I was pretty sure it was where Vanril was, but
Yeah. So you were in the back corner with me with the ladder all the way up here.
Okay. Alejandro?
So we're gonna be right here.
I'm going in the front gate, and I'm changed self to look like the Van Tamper.
Yep.
Okay, like Amric. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try and do an accent. Change my voice so I sound like Amric.
Okay, absolutely. And Maxwell, what about yourself?
I am going to be disguised as a stuffed animal sitting on top of a RoboPup right alongside Alejandro at the main gate.
All right, so you are disguising yourself, again using disguise self, making yourself even smaller than your typical gnome form. They get you about down to about a foot. You're about the size of a stuffed animal, and you kind of pose yourself in like a stuffed bear form, or whatever, on top of the steel defender. So both of you guys, as you're just getting ready to approach the gate, you see easily, I mean, with the roll, you guys would see a window swing open and a gnome dart out of it, and then land tuck and hide down in a bush. And at that same time, you definitely hear a guard goes, "Who goes there? Hey, I think I got something over here." As he kind of like starts looking around.
I start slamming on the gate.
Oh shit! Mr. Van Tamper, I think there's someone here. Be careful. Approach with caution.
Get the other guards. Someone is following me.
You do see, actually, he would pull out a whistle that he has like wrapped around his neck. I can't whistle for some reason. And starts blowing on this whistle. Yeah, I've always been terrible at it. Yeah, he starts blowing on a whistle, and you do hear the other two guards running around from each side as they all kind of approach and mingle right about here. He splits the difference. Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Between where he was and where he was looking at. And he yells, "High alert, everyone! Emmerich said he was followed, and I swear I heard something." And I'm going to have to give him a roll to see how much. So he rolled a 14. He would probably actually even go as far as to say, "Check the bushes over there," as he goes to the other guard. And then him and this individual will come up to the gate and start unlocking the gate for you, as this guy goes over and looks in the bushes. What do you do as this guy starts approaching, like, right towards you?
Well, I am thinking about stabbing him. Is there like a way I would be able to hide a body in these bushes that are somehow under the...
I demand that all the guards come front now. In front of the gate.
Okay.
Nice.
You would definitely hear that. You see that the guard that approaches you stops, just dead short of actually reaching into the bushes as he was getting ready to, and kind of, you see him stop, and he's torn between, like, that guy told me to, but he's the, oh, damn it. But you even hear the, like, and you have a moment there where he is slightly distracted.
This is where I would contort myself into like some pose that he wouldn't really anticipate. So like as he reaches into the bushes, thinking he's feeling a human, like
Nice.
it's gonna go like right over my shoulder or something like that.
Going to use
under
your
the leg, around the neck.
Can I please just unsee any of all of this shit?
Oh, you're not seeing it. You're behind the wall with me.
Yeah, I'm hearing it.
So you are a contortionist. This is where you kind of make your this is your jam, so to speak. Let me look at your character here real quick. Shit, I don't actually have your character pulled up here. Yeah, I was about to say, what's your which is better for you, acrobatics or stealth?
They're actually the same.
Okay. Use either one that you want with advantage again, because like this is the thing that you do.
This is your profession.
Yeah, this is your profession right here. Nice. A dirty 20
All right.
and a 15. You would see that the let me go ahead and roll for the guard just in case he gets lucky. Let's see. These are regular guards. Whoops.
Oh, I'm so sorry, people.
Let's see. So wisdom, perception. This is his jam in a way.
Uh-oh.
He is going to roll a 9. So,
Nah.
real quickly, he kind of is torn between like, Alejandro at the gate dressed as Emmerich and doing the, he has his disguise kit, which allows him to do all that. Screaming, no, here, now. You know what I mean? He does take his spear that he has been walking around with, and he kind of like shoves around in the bushes real quick, pries him to the side a little bit, and says, there's nothing here, sir. Coming, Emmerich. And then makes his way over towards the gate. You would definitely hear the other guy say, I don't know. I know I saw something. And they have kind of such, please, come in, sir. Let's get you into the house. It's not safe out here.
No. I want you to follow. Come with me, and I want you to see if we can catch him. He was almost upon me.
Okay. This is definitely going to require a persuasion check, because as much as they are loyal to Amric, they're also loyal to Thalamra. So kind of asking him to give up his post might be a bit of an ask, but if you want to go ahead and give me a persuasion or even deception, whichever you prefer there.
I did a 15 with persuasion.
Okay, so 15 with persuasion. This is going to be his intelligence, maybe? Insight? Is insight, is that intelligence? I can't ever remember this one.
It's wisdom,
wisdom.
but
It is wisdom? Okay.
yeah.
It's weird. Insight?
Yep.
Mhm.
It's your wisdom to see, it's like your wisdom sort of like survival's wisdom instead of intelligence.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a 9. He kind of looks around, damn it, right.
The house will be fine. The house will be fine. Come with me. This is more important.
He does frustratingly kind of like, shit, I just don't know what to do. But you're right, as you say, sir. And which way did he go? And comes outside of the gate along with you.
Okay,
Which, of
I
course,
lead them like about 500 feet to an alley, and when we don't see them, I just start berating the guards. Go back to the house. Come on, let's do this. And the entire way there, I just let go loose on their incompetence.
So blame them for
guard.
not finding the imaginary person. Yeah. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Yeah, Numo, of course, this gives you a quick break in which there are no guards currently where you are standing. What is it that Numo does at this point? Yeah, and I guess the rest of you two are going to take this opportunity as you're hearing this shouting out front to climb the wall. When you climb the wall and make your way into the backyard, you do see that there are 2 windows, and best as you can tell, one of them has been cracked just about that much with like a bread knife stuck in there. You know what I mean? To where you can, use it for entrance. Numo, what about yourself?
That is a good question. I guess
yeah, you've seen
assuming the guards are distracted.
Yeah, they've been pulled this way, and you hear, strange enough to you, Amric's voice. I don't know if you had discussed the full portion of the plan before you were put in the box.
Nope.
No, I don't think you were there for that part. So yeah, you would hear Amric berating the guards. I'm being followed, quick! And rush them outside of the fence. So that's up to you as you.
I guess still trying to make as many entry points as I can from the inside out. So I'm going to go to this door and I'm going to pound one of the hinges loose if I can, just like pry it with a dagger.
Which door are we talking about? This door?
Like one of the big doors.
Yeah, so like this is the main entrance to the house right
like
here.
the one I'm by.
The gate.
The big gate.
The gate, I should say.
Oh, this gate.
I assume those like don't have deadbolts or
right.
much.
Yeah, so I mean, as you go look, it is just a wooden fence, and it does have your traditional like 3-ring hinge with studs in it, and currently it has actually been left mildly ajar as they raced out, not paying attention. So it is like currently cracked open. But if you wanted to take the opportunity to kind of like tap a hinge to where it's nearly off its hinges, or
I'll just kind of like if the lock is like one of those slidey things that kind of break off easy, like I just with my dagger bend it so it's not going to be able to close, like the door won't lock.
Gotcha. Yeah, easily done. So yeah, you go ahead and bend it in such a way that it won't properly lock any further. After that, where is it that you head to?
I guess
you actually probably at this point also would start to hear that window that you just came through opening up. You hear like the sound of a woman grunting as she's trying to lift it.
Well, I don't want to be by the road or the walkway because I feel like that's got too much traffic. So while the guards are gone, I'm going to try to hug this wall and start making my way around to the other side of the house.
All right. As you dodge behind that tree there, you do see a woman that kind of opens the window. It is the same woman that you had woken from her sleep. She's still wearing her cap and still looks rather tired. As she takes a look out the window, Guards? Guards, is there anyone out there? And this would probably be around the time, and I don't know, it might still be a few minutes before Alejandro kind of makes his way there and back. Yeah, she would probably just kind of yell, "That's strange. Swear I'd closed this window earlier." And she just looks a little more confused, but I guess maybe around that time, that's probably around the time maybe Alejandro starts making his way back. And you're just berating these two guards, you know what I mean? Screaming at them, you know, for their incompetence. Damn you fools, you know what I mean? In the best Amric voice that I can't muster at the moment. But yeah, go ahead, Benro.
Yeah. I say while they're doing that, I was like to poke my head, it's like looking through the window to the kitchen.
Peeking up to the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking a look into the kitchen, it seems to be empty. You look inside, the lights are all off. There is a doorway, and more or less, I guess, let's see.
Where the fuck did the cat go?
We don't know yet.
Yeah, if you go ahead and give me a perception check.
Both of us?
19.
Yeah, that's fine.
I need to find it.
This is turned into chaos. I didn't realize this was going to be so difficult. So with a 19 and a 10, with a 19, you see that the cat has actually moved its way into a corner. Let's go ahead and say that it has kind of moved up, still on top of the shelf up here, but has moved kind of over towards this corner. You're kind of getting a sideways glance looking in the room. And it has currently backed itself up into a corner, watching from the shadows, kind of keeping pace while looking over the room, more or less surveying it. But you would have been the only one that noticed that.
I'm going to climb into the window.
I mean, he sort of holds you back since he's in front at the moment. He's like, he sort of points over to the corner.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he sort of points over the corner where the cat's at. Like, there's.
Daddy.
Yeah, sort of. Daniel sort of calmly steps in, looking at the cat, and sort of like calm, like in a calm, sort of like non-threatening manner, like, "Psst, kitty, it's okay, it's okay." It's okay.
That's a kitty cat.
It's It's okay. He sort of like
Yeah.
he sort of goes like non-threatening gesture to sort of
Yep.
like, you know.
Go ahead and give me an animal
I'm
handling check. Regular. And of course, like I said,
18.
Oh, nice, 18. Numo, by this point, you are hearing the sound of Amric again. Fucking imbeciles! You're so stupid. Dear God, I've seen more competence on a baboon. You know, something to that effect.
On a baboon.
Get in the damned yard. You're useless anyway. You let them get away. Etc. As Alejandro is making his way back with the guards. Meanwhile, there's also this. You would probably hear one of the guards, Alejandro. This. Is this your beast? He kind of looks strangely at the, large mechanical dog that's clanking along with you.
It's a curio. I bought it. Mother would like it.
Right, sir. Is there a place that you would like us to keep it? I don't know. I've never seen anything of its like. Is this more of something to stay in the stables, or does it go inside? I don't know what to do with
It's
it.
a mechanical dog. It's not going to mess the floor. You know that, don't you?
Right, sir. Right. I'm sorry, sir.
Open the door. Let us in. You can't. At least you can do that job right.
That he does. Being berated well enough, he does feel, belittled amongst his station. You get the feeling Amric has probably done this more than once. He just falls into, yes, sir. It's actually less of like a real, I feel bad, but whatever, you prick. You know what I mean? That he just but he does it with the right tone to sound, yes, sir, of course, sir, whatever you say, sir. Kind of deal. But he does. He escorts you to the front door. And as he's making his way to the front door, you would actually see the woman still sticking her head out the window. Gods, Emmerich, I thought I'd heard something. Maybe.
You are imagining things. Go to sleep.
Right. It's God's there. Okay. She just kind of closed the window. Like I have no fucking idea. But she does. The guards do escort you to the front door, and after letting you inside, so like there's a moment here, Numo, as the guards are all here. I know you said you kind of made your way around. Would you have already started making your way around, or still waiting for this opportunity? As you see Maxwell's Iron Defender walking with a stuffed bear on its back, kind of just stuffed and wobbling. You know what I mean? As Amric escorts it to and in through the front door.
Suspicious.
Did Emmerich capture him? Or what were they doing while I was in the barrel?
Right?
I am going to take the opportunity. I guess if the lady in the window, would there have been a moment to like dash around this side of the room?
Yeah. She was like yelling
when they were talking and.
Yeah, especially as they made their way through the front gate. And you'd even see like the guard kind of frustratedly kind of like slamming the gate, like, damn thing's broke again. And that would have been enough time where she's looking at the guards are looking at the gate, Amric's yelling at the guards, and then, there would have definitely been a moment there where you had time to turn and run.
Okay. Then yeah, I'd start making my way up here. I don't know if I'd actually see them in time before I get around the corner.
I was going to say, based on the fact that they stopped and waited a moment before they actually went in the window, I think that as you're coming around the corner, you would actually see not Benril, but Cyrielle making her way in the window, quietly kind of tiptoeing in as you come around the back side of the house.
As it sort of does that, Benril sort of walks slowly up to the trustee and just goes like, "Remember me from earlier, right? I'm gonna bring. There's gonna be some friends, okay?" And sort of just like calmly is like, holding up a piece of food in like wide palm.
Can
But
we
yeah,
keep it?
at first it kind of gave you that, kind of look, but as you slowly approach it, talking to it calmly, and then see a bit of food that you can grab off the table counter and more or less hold it up, you it kind of turns up. Like as soon as it sees the food and you're approaching it, it kind of slowly reaches out, just grabs the piece of food, and then backs itself back up onto the shelf. Kind of sits down, readjusts itself, and starts pawing at the piece of food. More or less at this point, like, whatever. And goes to, it's still like keeping an eye on you. Definitely keeping a watchful eye, but for the most part, seems to not give a shit. As long as it's got food and you aren't directly bothering it, it seems to be okay with it.
I got more for that. I got more for you later if you just stay calm. And sort of just keeps on walking.
Oh,
towards,
Fenrir, can we keep it?
I don't know, but we might be able to buy one, or maybe we'll see. I don't know if this one will be happy with us taking it from its home.
Cat.
Yeah,
At this point, you would also then hear from your current position, you would hear the front door open, a couple of, kind of loud protests of ignorance, and then eventually the door slam shut behind as these three enter the front. So you would actually hear Amric's voice, which I know you guys had heard that discussion, of course. But yeah, as they make their way in, and then you hear the door close behind them. So it kind of goes, it gets a little loud for a moment, as he's, first entering. And then you hear the door close. Alejandro, what would you do once you enter the mansion?
I turn to Maxwell. For this to have worked, this guy must be a real prick.
I nod and say in a tiny stuffed bear voice, "Well, did you see how he was talking to Sariel?"
That's true.
Definitely a fair point. It would be about this time, as you guys are having the conversation, that as you're kind of standing there, let's see here, where is it at? A woman makes her way in through this door. Sir, sorry we missed you at dinner. I can make you food or prepare you something if you wish. Sorry, I was woken up. I believe the cat knocked something over in the kitchen. But I'll get to cleaning it right away.
It is not necessary. It is not necessary. I have already eaten. Even though I truly missed your roasts and everything, I am perfectly fine. I just want to get to bed.
Right. Do you need your usual hangover medication?
No. Let's wait for maybe in the morning.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll go ahead and clean the mess in the kitchens, and if you need me, of course, just ring the bells.
Oh, don't make noise. Just go to bed.
Sorry, sir. Yes. And she kind of like puts her head down a little bit again, kind of giving that same, like, I've dealt with this before, just fuck it, I gotta go to bed, I'm going to bed. Right then, I'll see you in the morning. Ring if you need any of us. I am sure that, wait, where's her name? Shit. She would say, Amber will be available through the night if you need her. I'm sure Fendrick will also be available somewhere.
But of course.
And she makes her way back into the room. You would hear the door kind of close behind, and you are left in this empty room by yourself. Now, you guys in the kitchen would mildly have overheard some of that. You would just heard the sound of a female voice and the Amric voice kind of having a back and forth, and then the door closed, and you did then hear the sound of rustling more or less coming from this room here. But as you're kind of like standing there, paused for a second, waiting to see if this door opens, it doesn't seem to right away.
All right. Well,
All right, we might as well go in.
I look over the cereal for a moment, like, we'll figure out about the cat later, but we need to figure out if she's upstairs or downstairs.
Lead the way.
All right. Let's see if we can meet up with our friend. I think he should come around this way. And where the hell's Numo at?
Yeah.
I don't know. Where did we leave him?
Seeing them go through that window, I would have like just saw Serial, so I would have walked up to the window, been like, "Hey guys, watch out! There's like some crazy animal in there."
It's calm now.
No.
I calmed it down.
Sarah getting a heart attack from Numo showing up randomly as they talk about him.
Numo.
At a certain point, as kind of Numa pokes his head in the window and says, hey, look out for the animal. You do hear a little bit of a... And then it just goes back to eating its food.
See, I calmed it down. It's fine for now.
Yeah, but I don't think it likes me.
Okay, well...
I might step into the room very cautiously.
I pick up another piece of food, just in case. I hold the food up towards it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. More food goes over pretty well with this cat, seemingly. As you give it yet another piece, and it just kind of it gives one last look at Numo, and then just kind of gives a little bit of a exasperated huff, and then goes back to what it's doing. Accepting that you're there, though it does not find you to be, its favorite.
Don't try juggling. It hates that.
Okay, I didn't try juggling.
What's wrong with you?
All right,
But the two of you in the front, do you try? Where do you make your way at this point once you have entered the villa?
We go through that door.
This one?
Yes.
Yep. You find yourself back in the same hallway that you were in previously, of course. Let me go ahead and give you control of this, by the way.
I'm going to start ritually casting Detect Magic while I sit on Robopup's back.
Okay. Casting Detect Magic. Alright, so it'll take a few minutes for that to kick in, but you guys have control of your tokens. You guys can all move around wherever you want to, of course. At least for the most part, you know that there's a lady in here, but God knows what she's actually doing at the moment.
I am gonna
the
scroll
guards
this way.
have returned to their duty. You would actually hear them outside for a moment or two, muddling around, one at the gate, the other two are rummaging through bushes outside the window. And then they seemingly return to their guard patrol.
I make sure to close both the windows and relatch them, and sort of if there's any sort of window covering, to pull them over, like any sort of curtains.
Gotcha. Yeah. There is light curtains that you can kind of pull to cover it. With it being dark inside, you feel like it probably does a pretty decent job of covering that window. And you hear them start to make their rounds yet again. But yeah, as you guys kind of all more or less reconvene, Serial, you're kind of just taking a look around the kitchen as all of a sudden you're surprised yet again as the kitchen door kind of pops open a little, and you see the head of your ex-lover, Emmerich Vanderberg. But yeah, you would definitely, maybe the second of surprise there before you recall, like, oh yeah, that's right,
definitely.
that's Alejandro.
I'm about to punch you in the face.
But yep, you guys are all now in the house together.
Where you didn't do that?
Yeah.
You shouldn't scare me like that.
I did not know you were behind the door.
Alejandro,
wait, he's with us now?
Yeah, no, that's Alejandro. It's magic. You should should you check upstairs since you know you're disguised to see if the person, if you know she's up there, or because if we go to the basement first, you know that's if she's up there, then if we call us that she's down there, she could just leave out the front door.
All right. Well, then I think we should all go upstairs.
I mean,
Yes, I found the smelly basement down this door.
What do you mean by
But I
smelly?
didn't find the upstairs yet. Like
the stairs are out this way. We walk by them.
incense, maybe.
They use incense in the bathhouse for the rituals.
Like, yes, like some sort of woodish smell, sandalwood.
And before anything else, we should see if we can find Thirstwell and get to him before any imps might be getting to him.
You think that thing's an imp? And I point at the cat.
No, I don't think that's an imp. It wouldn't be doing that if it was an imp, right, buddy? I look over to it.
It does not seem to be. I'm not sure exactly how long your sense lasts.
It only or when I used it.
I was supposed to say, I think it only lasts like instantaneously, right?
Yeah, it's like a pulse.
Yeah. Definitely not positive, but at least have that option and think it's not. Maxwell, just to go ahead and speed your thing up a little bit. I know you're ritually casting, but we'll just go ahead and say that as this discussion goes on for a couple of minutes, your detect magic does go off. And I'm assuming, since you're kind of lingering here by the statue, you were wanting to check out that statue. Taking a better look at it, something that
statue's creepy.
right. Something that I forgot to mention about the statue actually is, as you see Thalamra standing there in her regal pose, she is actually holding Slobber Chops, this cat, or Tressum, that she is currently holding. And upon closer inspection, inside of its mouth is a small dead rat. That is currently holding on to, clutched in its mouth. And as you're kind of like, come on, work, poof, your detect magic goes off. Nothing. It's just a really fucking creepy statue.
The universe is conspiring to hide something. All right, well, I'm just going to start slowly making my way through the rest of this downstairs area, examining statues in turn, examining paintings.
Let's go upstairs.
I'm just going straight this way. I'm not even want to look at that statue. I'm just walking.
All right, Alejandro, you should probably go first.
You guys are all...
Let's go upstairs, and let's go upstairs. The butler is still wandering around.
As you guys are, speaking of which, as you guys are all gathering together in the foyer and getting ready to make your plans as to where to go, it would be about that time that you do see this or hear the sound of clip clop of heavy soled shoes, like a hard soled shoe, clicking down the stairs and seeing a small candlelight. As you would hear a voice go, "Sir, is that you?" As you see the candlelight kind of peer down from the steps, as you're seeing the older gentleman that is the butler you had seen before, making his way down the stairs to catch you all standing in the foyer. And it is 12:10, so that is probably a great place to leave our session for the night. As you guys can figure out how to handle that problem when we reconvene next week. I'd love to go a little bit longer, but like it's a perfect cutting point, so like it's probably not go too much further. But you kind of hear a distracted, "Oh, holy shit, who are these fucking people in my house?" Sound as this guy comes down to the bottom of the stairs, and that will be something for you guys to deal with next week. But it took a little bit of work, but you guys did infiltrate the house. It was a lot harder than I thought you guys were going to make it. I don't know. There was a lot of ways that could have went a lot better, and a lot of ways it could have went way, way worse.
Look, we made the plan. We had the plan. We executed the plan. The plan went south, so we threw out the plan.
I mean, as is to be expected with a D&D game.
Exactly.
It worked and didn't at the same time.
The plan seems so good.
It
plan
seemed
actually
so
sort of
good
worked.
until Numo fucked up.
Well, I mean, it sort of worked.
My favorite part was when I
It
told
was the
Numerous,
cat.
I said the cat backs up and knocks a jar off, and it is falling from the cabinet, leaving that perfect opportunity for the rogue snatch. And he's just
the
like,
rogue
"Oh,
sleight of
fucking
hand.
happened, man. Too late now." You know what I mean?
Hey, look, you don't interrupt
Knowing
the cat
damn
knocking
well,
shit down.
he's just
Well,
like,
it's
"Ah,
typical
fucking
cat
cat."
behavior too. Hi, baby.
Instead of catching it
Then
or
instead of-
trying to stay still, he's just like, "Nope, fuck this." Swipes the
And
whole
instead of
other
running
shelf.
back into his barrel compartment and hiding for a minute, he just runs
Yeah,
straight into a
right.
random room. He has no idea what the fuck's in.
That is what makes Numo one of my favorites in the games, because like he's always running headlong into a problem, and like he's in a darkened room with a sleeping woman, and his immediate go-to is, "I'm gonna talk to her," like just like the last time.
This is the
No,
second time.
it's cool. Don't worry about it, chick. Like, like it works out for him every time. He just keeps getting away with it. You know what I mean?
Then
You
Vanra
can
walking in
smooth
and
talk
calling
your
the
way
cat.
through it. Either way, absolutely hilarious. But this is a great place for us to go ahead and end our stream now. I want to go ahead and say again, thank you to everyone. Rediro, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Greatly appreciated. Goody Bones in chat, thank you so much for the advantages for the whole party. They definitely needed them this episode. I think there was a follow before the stream here. I'm trying to see who it was. Let's see. Sorry if I mispronounce it, but Herwintal. Thank you very much for the follow. I greatly appreciate that as well. I almost missed that one. Don't want to forget that. And Sidus Soder, I believe, was also in there as well. So thank you guys for the follows, the shares, the likes. Again, if you guys are watching this later on the YouTube channel, feel free to continue to check out the Ko-Fi shop or come over and check us out on Twitch. It really does help when you guys actually, come over and check out the Twitch channel, give us a follow here as well, but make sure on the YouTube as well to like, subscribe, drop a comment, ask us questions, any of that stuff that you want to do. And head to the Ko-Fi shop, check out all the cool things that you can interact with. The game will be here, so that it'll keep getting added to the game at the next episode available. But let's go ahead and run through a quick outro, kind of say see you later thing. Alejandro, if you want to start us off with any final thoughts or frustrations, whichever you want to call it.
I didn't think that was going to work. It worked a lot better than I thought it was going to work.
Right.
Better on our last plan.
You guys kind of keep falling into
Right.
piles of shit and somehow end up coming out cleaner than you felt than you went in.
We'll
So
see what
like I mean,
happens next week.
exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But yeah, it was a great game. Otherwise, I think the Amric Vanthaber disguise was really well played. You know what I mean? Just like being an asshole to him for no apparent reason. These guys have got to just deal with that all the time. Like he comes home drunk at 2 a.m. with a random robotic dog, and he's just like, no, over here. No, wait, over here. Ah, fuck it. You guys are all imbeciles. And they're just like, man, it's got to be Tuesday. You know what I mean? These guys are so used to it. But yeah, absolutely. Maxwell, if you want to go ahead and do your final thoughts on this one. You didn't blow anything up or set anything on fire. I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, right.
I'm saving it. It's like, all right, well, we're in the house. I look like a teddy bear and a robot. And if someone donates $20 between now and next Friday, I'm setting that statue on fire.
I want all the magical things before we do.
We all know how well
just burn the statue down.
things
We're
go to
burning the statue.
wax
The rest of the
burn
house.
really long.
Rock that house.
Absolutely.
But the magical things that could be in this house.
It's not my problem.
Right.
There could be thousands.
Let's go ahead and go to Serial real quick, and I'll let you do your final thoughts here. Sven, go ahead and give me time to do all the other things I need to do.
I guess all I have to say is that the amount of stupid decisions have been minimized this session. We need to step up our game next time. This can't. Like the only dumb thing I've seen so far was Numa running into the wrong door.
At least he wasn't naked.
But it was worth it. It was worth it.
That'd have been even worse if he was naked in the bush.
I mean, I was just bursts into this woman's room naked. The cat!
That would have made it so much better.
I really should have made the cat attack him. So now we have a naked gnome in the kitchen with a cat just like clawed onto his face, just knocking shit over. Yeah, I could have went with that. That would have been great. But
Every time I stealth, it doesn't work.
Right. But speaking
Except
of
the time when you stealthed into the fucking room when I was naked.
yeah, this is the one time you got away with it, right?
Oh yeah.
But speaking of Numo, if
I
you
was
want to go
naked
ahead and
too.
do your outros and all that stuff, I have already put in a shout out for Numerous, so feel free, my man.
Yeah. Let's see. For $19, I will lose my clothes the next game.
I'll keep losing
And then
clothes.
Numo.
Each dollar is another item.
I gotta specify that is not me. That is Numo.
I like how that's not me. That's Numo. I like how he keeps stepping it down. He's like, he'll burn down a bar for 20. I'll get naked for 19. Awesome.
Yeah. But other than that, I do have my own stream Thursdays and Saturdays, and he already shouted me out. So that's where to check me out on those days.
Absolutely. I'll say shout outs there. If you guys haven't already, please go over and give Numerous a follow. I'm going to say the same thing for Jacko here in a second. Streamers helping streamers. It really does help, when we guys get follows and you guys stop in, visit streams and all that stuff. So please check these guys out. If you haven't given either of them a follow, just go over real quick, click the button. It'll let you give them a follow right from here. And it really does help their channels out. And check out the cool stuff they do. Me and Numerous have been doing a little bit of Baldur's Gate on the weekends. And he's always here, helping us out with games. So I greatly appreciate you guys for helping out that channel as well. Same for you there, Van Roll. After running away, actually this Saturday, he ran a game for us. If you guys haven't checked that out, Van Roll ran a game for us last weekend on Saturday. You can check that out on YouTube. It is already up and uploaded now. It's the full uncut VOD. I haven't got to edit it yet. So just fast forward through the starting soon, all that stuff. But, excuse me, sir. He did a really good game in which he ran us through a cool Dragon Sword adventure, and I got to be a player. So go check that out. Make sure to give it a like as well as all that stuff. So, all right, go ahead and continue.
But yeah, besides that, I had a really fun game today. It was actually the plan sort of went off the rails, but it didn't fully detach off the rails.
It hasn't been. It isn't as worse as some of the others.
Yeah. It's like one of the carts sort of derailed momentarily and then got back onto track on a turn.
So somehow the tire rolled off, bounced away for a little while, and then slid back and got right back on the axle.
Yep, we somehow did it, and still mostly according to plan. Yeah. So yeah. But no, that was good. But yeah, no. Besides that, I'm hopefully going to start streaming again. I know I say it every time, but I just moved over to this other area. I have to do is finish putting up a couple other things, and I can actually get back to actually doing it now. I was sort of waiting to move from over there because I was supposed to do it any day, and it just took longer and longer for certain things to move. But as I finally will get everything over here, so I might start streaming more. And I think I'm going to start doing the multi-streaming thing with Restream for now to see how it goes. So yeah,
absolutely,
over here on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube if I can, all three, just to see how what I'm feeling like.
Right. As fun as that might be, right? But yeah, if you guys haven't already, go ahead and give both those guys, like I said, a follow. Check out their channels. They do cool stuff. Check out their YouTube. I know Jacko at least has a YouTube set up. He's got some cool clips and vids over there. Make sure to check those out. And again, just to go ahead and finish up for my end of things, we're here at the tabletop downside. We do have social medias, pretty much anywhere: Twitch, TikTok, Insta, and I know there's one that I'm forgetting that I can't think off the top of my head, but we definitely have
Twitter.
YouTube. That was the other one. Yeah, that's what it was. I said Twitch, Twitter, Insta, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, Insta. We got a couple of them out there. Please make sure to go over and check out the YouTube. I am going to start trying to do something similar here soon where we're going to try and simulcast if we get the opportunity. This way we can hit both YouTube and here, you know what I mean? This way it's just a little bit easier to import those videos for later. But definitely make sure to, keep a sub going here. That really helps us pay the bills. This is my full-time run. If you want to keep these games going, we have to keep the bandwidth. We've got to keep the lights on, all that great stuff. So the donos, the subs, and all those things really do go a long way. But also just, sharing the videos on YouTube. Send it to a friend that you think might find it entertaining. Help signal boost. That goes a really long way as well. If you haven't already, one last thing that I know I keep tending to forget to mention is our Discord. If you haven't already, join our Discord community. We do have a Discord community. I'm trying to build that up, make sure we get people in there. Whenever I'm playing a game, I'm always in a chat. You can always message me. We have other members of the community. These guys that you see here are all hanging out in the Discord a lot of the time. And I am working on trying to get up by this week. So currently we have a roleplay server for this stream, as well as our vampire stream. And the idea is that it is more like a LARP in text. It is a very consent-based open roleplay server that we have as well. I just have a couple of final tests to make sure that all the auto rolls and things are working properly. But if you are interested in role-playing in our worlds, and even with some of our characters and myself as I get to pop in whenever available, then make sure to join our Discord community here, and you'll also see the link where it says join roleplay. I will say this is for subscriber only. So this is a subscriber benefit, that where if you want to roleplay in that world, it's subscriber only. So make sure that you have a active subscription, as well as making sure your your Twitch and your Discord are connected. So I think you could do that through your Discord side, is it through Twitch side? I can't remember how to set it up. I think you'd set up either way. But yeah, just make sure that you have your Twitch connected to your Discord so that it knows you have a subscription, and you'll be able to get access to that. I'm going to start trying to do a lot more with that, and I really want to make that a big thing to where you guys can come in and role play and have a place to kind of chat and just have fun, throughout the week, to hold you over until Wednesday or Friday when the game's up there. And you can actually play with the characters, a little bit as we get our chance to pop into that. So it'd be a really fun way to go about it. So make sure to check that out. And otherwise, I think I'm going to leave it at that. I just appreciate you guys for watching the stream. We need to, if we want to see this thing continue, we have to make sure we keep growing and keep the channel running. So everything that you guys do, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for it. I really do. But yeah, that's where we're going to leave you there. Until next time, guys, make sure to catch, the streams every week. We do Vampire the Masquerade every Wednesday, 8 to 12 Eastern Standard, and we'll be here for D&D next Friday, 8 to 12. See y'all then. Peace.
Take care.
Bah.